Fiber Studio. This is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2 and YouTube as well, so that you can watch the show. That's a cool way to do it. More and more people finding us on YouTube, which is great. Thank you. If you are, you can see that we're back in the studio. It's fine. It's just not quite the same.
Not quite.
No.
90 degrees and sunny.
Yeah. There's no birds chirping. There's no
Cleats on the ground.
Yeah. There's no grass behind us or the sun coming up or any of it. It just is just gone. We're just back here. Lame, terrible studio. It's awful. Hate it. No, it's good. It's good to be back. I actually came back early. I wasn't supposed to be in today. I was going to come back today and spend the whole weekend down there just kind of hanging out and playing golf and seeing a good buddy of mine and his family that are down there. And I decided to come home Saturday morning. I don't know what was wrong with me, but I wanted to get back for the kids' various events this weekend. Cecily had a playoff game. Avery had a big volleyball tournament yesterday, so I wanted to go to both of those things. And honestly, I almost never say this, Maura. Almost never. Friday was too hot. We'd finally hit the too hot point on Friday. I never say that. I love heat. And by the way, I'd rather have too hot than too cold. It's certainly doable. You know how many I drank.
But when you have to sit for 4 hours in the sun.
And then play golf. I
didn't.
I think I drank 7 Gatorades. 7 on Friday. And I could not hydrate myself. 1 or 2 regular Gatorades, a couple of Gatorade Zeros, a Gator Light, a Powerade, 2 Powerades. I could not get myself hydrated enough in the desert. So it is quite a place. It was awesome just being around the Mariners for the whole week. You can't help but come back pretty excited, juiced, jacked about what they could accomplish this year. I mean, health is obviously a concern, and we see yesterday, or over the weekend rather, that, that is fragile. Always going to be, especially with pitching. And Bryce Miller right now, just a little oblique. They're saying it's not much. They're saying that, they're just being cautious. But you know how I feel about oblique injuries for pitchers. I don't like them. It's one of those injuries where, it's a repetitive thing on that muscle. And if you are going to max out, which these guys do most of the time, you're going to put strain on that oblique. And it is one of those things that can get you think you're back, but then you tear it again. And it just makes me nervous. I really hope that this is nothing, but I don't really like that. That's not really on my list of injuries that I was hoping to hear for Bryce Miller, just kind of right off the bat. So that's a little bit of a bummer. But in general, what an unbelievable week. It's just great to be down there. Great to see it all. Lyle, did you have fun? Did you have a good time all week?
Oh, yeah, it was great.
Who was your favorite person you talked to?
Favorite?
Yeah, you got a lot of friends down there. I watched Lyle and TJ. They have tremendous relationships with the guys on the team, and especially in the minor leagues. And there were a lot of people excited to see Lyle and TJ. So who did you enjoy chatting with the most?
From the big league team, probably the 2 new guys. I mean, they're just workhorses. Brendan Donovan and Rob Refsnyder, I'm not even kidding, spend 2.5 hours a day in the cages.
They are just there all day. They're rats.
All day.
Yeah.
Refsnyder, we were talking to him in the middle of the week, and he was telling us this story, how he was going over to the game on a day he wasn't playing, and he said, well, we're facing a guy in Cleveland who we're going to see in the first weekend of the year in Cantillo, who's a lefty. So, shocker, he's probably going to be in there. Mm-hmm. And he said, I want to make sure I go over there and watch him. And I'm thinking to myself, how often are guys 4 weeks ahead of time saying, I need to watch this guy?
A little scouting report.
Yeah, up close, because I'm going to get 2 to 3 at-bats against them in 4 weeks. You figure most guys will just watch some video and do the scouting report and go through their hitters meetings. But Refsnyder's like, oh, no, I need to go over and watch the game on a day I'm not playing.
I mean, that's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. That's pretty legit.
Pretty cool.
And Donovan, I mean, you could not, everything you heard about him ends up being true. I mean, everything we heard was everybody loves him, great guy, dirt dog, works hard, all that stuff. And then you're around him for like a moment and you're like, okay, I see it. Like he really is that piece that they were missing, that kind of professional hitter, professional type of player. Hard not to get excited getting an opportunity to chat with him a little bit. Yeah, I think those are good answers. I didn't get a chance to talk to Ref Snyder. I heard a lot about him and heard that he was a great dude. For whatever reason, just never able to connect with him over the course of the week. But yeah, I mean, like that signing is a pretty good example of where the Mariners are at right now. Nobody really talked about it. We didn't spend a lot of time on signing Rob Ref Snyder because, the other, signing Josh Naylor and bringing in Brendan Donovan, kind of bigger moves and two guys that are probably going to get a whole lot more at-bats than Ref Snyder is. But that's like exactly the type, again, that's the type of move you make when you are a team that thinks it has designs on winning it all. You say, all right, what do we need? Well, we need one guy to just crush left hand. He didn't do anything else. Not this stage of his career. He can't really play the outfield very well. He's not going to be much. He's not an infielder. He can hit righties, but it's certainly not a strength at this stage of the career. He's not going to run or pinch run or anything like that. He's just a guy who comes in and hits right hand and hits lefties. That's what he does. Right? Like this is in place in some ways, not exactly, but in some ways in place of like a Dylan Moore from last year or the last couple of years. Where Dylan Moore, his benefit was that he could bounce around and play a bunch of different positions. You've got that. You've got that with Leo Rivas. You've got that with Brendan Donovan. You don't need that anymore. You know what this guy does? He hits left-handed pitching. That's his thing. And by the way, if he doesn't do that, you're going to cut him and move on because that's the only reason he's here is to hit. Really, he takes the Donovan Solano spot because that's what Solano was doing last year, but not doing it particularly well. This guy does it well. And he's a little younger than Solano was when he was here last year. So I love it. I kind of forgotten about Donovan Solano. That's why I always tend to forget to mention him and things like this. But, just a good example of kind of where the Mariners are at. And just, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty fun time, man. I'm not going to lie. This is exactly what you're looking at. Matt in Beaverton says, Salk, why don't you get DJ on just to talk about how Cade Anderson just undressed the major leaguers for the Padres? What a start to his pro career. Yeah, both guys. Cade Anderson and Ryan Sloan had tremendous Cactus League debuts this weekend. Awesome to see both of those guys doing it. I'm going to play you some sound from Cade Anderson in a few minutes. If I said Ryan Sloan was a lot like Nuke LaLoosh, and he is, we'll play you the interview coming up at 7:30 that we did with him late last week. There's a lot of Nuke LaLoosh in there if you've ever seen Bull Durham. Cade Anderson, I cannot get this Cliff Lee comp out of my head. I cannot get the Cliff Lee comp out of my head. Between just sort of the build, the sort of three-quarter arm delivery, and once you hear him talk, there's a lot of that same Cliff Lee attitude in there. A lot of confidence, very calm. You'll hear some of that sound coming up here in just a few minutes. So anyway, good to be back. It was worth it coming back. Cecily's team, unfortunately, for those keeping up with the Junior Kraken Girls Navy 12U team, They lost their playoff game. What a heartbreaker, Maura. It was awful. Third time they've played this team this year. This team has not lost a game this year. They have one tie, 0 losses. Lost to them.
Makes you feel a little better.
A little bit. We lost 3-1 in the first game of the season to them. Last game of the season, a week ago, we lost 4-3 as they scored a goal with about 5 minutes left to win it. Saturday, down 2-0, battled back to tie at 2-2. We hit a post with 25 seconds left that would have won the game. And then they won in overtime. It was just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Just a heartbreaking way to end this season. So still a tournament or two left for this group, but just it was a really tough way to go out. The other team throwing their gloves in the air, which is, that hurts. I don't know if I needed to see them unfurl banners for just like winning a playoff game, but still, it was a bummer. It was a big bummer, but I'm still glad I came home. It was worth it for me. Okay. And then Avery's team played really well yesterday, which was awesome. Second in their pool, and Avery had a lot of fun. So good stuff. We'll come back. I want to play you that sound from Cade Anderson. I think you will, if you remember Cliff Lee much at all, you will hear exactly what we're talking about when you say there's a similarity there. And then Justin Hollander coming up at 6:30, Mariners general manager. And yeah, we do have some football to talk today as well. Stick around. I'll tell you all about it. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
The first week of Seattle sports at Mariner Spring Training?
Man, best week of our year.
Brendan said it yesterday. We're not afraid to say World Series.
Brock and Salk definitely caught the vibe.
Julio Rodriguez, he sits down with us right now.
Being able to be so close to something so special really made this team hungry.
Cal Raleigh.
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be.
Beginning Monday, March 9th, Wyman and Bob are in Peoria.
I cannot wait to get down there.
Every exclusive interview from Mariner Spring Training is on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
Hey, Brock Ewert here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer, it's right around the corner. So if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, well, right now is the time. With a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, but do what we did. Contact PCF for all the details and start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning and permits, they can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems. And if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
It's flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too. We just couldn't help ourselves. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often. so you know what to expect.
Papa's can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back
This is real fish.
at participating restaurants.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know.
Oh, boy.
First.
3 straight losses for the Mariners this weekend. Diamondbacks, Padres, and Rangers. What are we going to do? All right, probably not worry about it too much. But there were a lot of the kids out there, which was kind of fun. Specifically, the young pitchers, Cade Anderson, making his debut on Saturday.
The stretch and the 0-2 on the way to Sheets. Fastball, strike 3 called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side here in the bottom of the first inning, fanning Bogarts and Duhar, and now Gavin Sheets. The Padres leave a couple. Cade Anderson, heck of a start here in the Cactus League. And that's it for the Padres in the first. A gold star right out of the chute for young Cade Anderson. We go to the top half of the second.
He actually ended up coming back into the second and didn't pitch as well, but still, give the kid some credit. That's a legitimate 3 major leaguers to send down swinging or send down via the strikeout in the first inning. So really cool. There is definitely a little bit of Cliff Lee to him. Here he was asked whether or not he had the adrenaline going before he pitched.
I think you'd be surprised. I mean, it's just another game for me. I think when you have that mindset, it makes it a lot easier on yourself. You don't have as much nerves, you know.
How do you establish that mindset? How is it so simplistic for you to be able to apply that?
I think it just comes with, experience. Also, when you, see the other starters, they're just so calm. I think when you're calm out there, it just makes life a lot easier on you.
Very Cliff Lee. I'm telling you, I should go look. I'll see if I have some time here. Go look and see if we have some Cliff Lee sound in our system from 2010 when he was here. Very similar, just a very chill, calm, confident dude. Ryan Sloan, that's not really who he is, but he pitched well also.
Sloan's 1-2. Swung on, ground ball, softly hit right to shortstop. Rivas has it, whips it to first. How about that? They got the out. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Ryan Sloan.
1 strikeout in that inning. That was pretty darn cool. And, I'm going to play you guys this interview at 7:30 that we did with him. He's fun, man. He talked a little bit about his confidence.
Yeah, it's great. I think the amount of work I put in just goes to the confidence. I think I know my stuff's good, and getting to face these guys just kind of continues to stack on to that confidence that I can go out there and compete with really anyone, and my stuff's good enough to do that.
Cliff Lee and Nuke LaLoosh, man. Cliff Lee and Nuke LaLoosh on their way up for the Mariners. Some highlights from the weekend. Luke Raley hit his first home run of the spring. I told you a few times that's kind of one of my X factors this year. And how about Cole Young? Not only getting his first hit of the year, not only was it a 2-run shot, but it came off a lefty, which obviously is going to be a big question mark for him this year. So good for Cole Young to get on the board with a 2-run shot off a lefty.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, NFL Combine now in the rearview mirror. For whatever reason, this is... I think there's some fear that this thing is starting to go away. The players just are not participating at nearly the same rate as they used to. Here's Matt Miller.
It is a trend. It's every year we see less participation. This is my 14th or 15th combine. it used to be, very rarely did players not work out. And it was, you didn't work out if you knew you were going to be a top pick. Now, like, no one does the three cone anymore. Like, no one does the bench press anymore. And so it is I think, concerning trend. In fact, one running back did the three cone drill this year. 21 running backs divided, one did the three cone drill. And like, that's an important drill. Like, it shows a lot. It shows, body control and balance and agility and burst. One running back did it.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely not what it once was, where this was just sort of an accepted part of trying to get yourself into the draft. So concerning, I'm sure. And Brock, I know, has some takeaways and thoughts from what he saw over the course of the weekend. NFL did send the new salary cap numbers to teams on Friday. They're going to be under that number by March 11th, which is the start date for the new league year. This year, it'll top $300 million for the first time, just over $301 million, a $22 million increase over last year. So, yeah, things seem to be doing pretty well in the NFL's financial world. Not a bad business to be in, and I'm sure all of those financials will be taken into account as somebody looks to purchase these Seahawks for what is going to be an incredibly expensive price.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, pretty good weekend for the local hockey teams. It was the Torrent on Friday night. They set yet another American women's hockey attendance record. So cool. Completely sold out arena. Friday night, 17,335 people showed up to honor the Olympians and support women's hockey. The only problem was the Torrent did not play well. They lost 5-2. I think they gave up a goal 30 seconds in. The environment, I'm told, was awesome. Cecily and her whole team were there. Avery and her friends were there. Heather was there. My whole family was there. I wasn't back yet from Phoenix, but they just had an awesome time and said it was great. Torrent will be back in action Wednesday as they play in Ottawa. Kraken returned home Saturday night, and after two lousy games on the road, they put a whooping on the Canucks.
Schwartz to the point. Larson with a shot. Fought off the rebound. They score! Chandler Stevenson.
Yeah, there was one from Stevenson, two from Jordan Eberle. Let's see, who else? Beniers, Vince Dunn had the other couple of goals, so they win 5-1. They looked very good in doing it. Joey Decord played well in net, and now they will host Carolina tonight. Whew, that's everything. Everything you would need to know. We did that quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. The only other thing you should know, I kind of mentioned it earlier, is the Bryce Miller news. I'm really hoping it's not a big deal. Shannon said it's, they're saying it's not a big deal. Justin Hollander said it was not a big deal. But I don't like obliques. I don't like any sort of pitcher injury at this time of year. But, these guys got through so many things last year that seemed like they were going to kind of unravel them, that I'm certainly not going to panic right now. It's very, very early and still plenty of opportunity for Bryce Miller and the rest of his crew to get themselves into shape. Julio's gone already, huh? He took off for the WBC. Cal, I think, is gone for the WBC. A lot of those guys. So these next couple of weeks, or the next week or so of spring training, going to look very different, but we'll eventually get some WBC games to watch, which should be super fun as well. All right, just to lay it out for today, I mentioned Ryan Sloan. We'll let you guys hear from the Mariner young pitcher at 7:30. He was a lot of fun. He definitely has a pretty big personality and doesn't mind showing it, especially for a young kid. So that's great. We'll do that at 7:30.
Brock didn't make talking about his quads awkward at all.
No, not even a little bit, Maura. It wasn't at all weird at all. So that's a 7:30, and then our friend Brian Nemhauser, Hawk Blogger, will join us at 8:30. He was at the Combine, so we'll get a full Combine rundown from Brian. Looking forward to doing that. All of that after Justin Hollander, who is as confident as you would be if you had a team that looks like this one. Stick around. You'll hear him next. I'm Brock and Salk.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at PSSBL.com. That's PSSBL.com.
Experience the Seattle RV Show. All the makes, models, and floor plans. Get special rates, incentives, and show-only deals. Talk to RV experts and check out all the add-ons and upgrades. March 12 through 15. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com. That's PendergastLaw.com.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today!" Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James. in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, rolling along here at Mariners Spring Training, Brock. Yeah, starting to get a little sad as the week is, eventually going to come to an end. And you know how much I just love being here. My favorite week of every year. And I would imagine for Mariners general manager Justin Hollander, this is one of your favorite times as well, right? Hope is everywhere. Everyone's a little bit more relaxed. Where does the few weeks of spring training rank for you in terms of your year?
Very high. I'm going to get myself in trouble because I don't think my family is very high on this time of year. But, it's great right now. Very relaxing. It's just great to go out and just watch players. There's no roster moves to make. There's no big decisions to make right now. I'm not pulling my hair out, after losing 3 or 4 or something like that. It's just watching a bunch of good players and a bunch of good people run around the field and get to know each other and develop chemistry and cohesion. And it's a lot of fun right now.
What is your day-to-day down here? If we were to kind of check in from the time you check in to over the course of the whole day, what does a day look like? A day in the life of?
Sure, I'll probably embellish a little bit so they keep paying me. We usually have staff meeting first thing in the morning, 7:30ish. So I'll go to staff meeting, just get impressions from everybody on what they're seeing. Share my own on occasion as well.
With that staff meeting, does that incorporate Dan and the coaches?
Oh, yeah, it is the sort of the coaching staff meeting.
Gotcha.
Some front office members as well. We don't demand that everybody get up at 6:30 in the morning every morning, but we have a good group that goes in there every morning and we'll cut it up. We'll make fun of some people. We'll have introductions, things like that, just ways to keep it loose with the staff. We'll have player plans during the day, either with the staff or with the players. So we'll get in the room and we'll talk about areas that we want guys to have focus on, either enhancing a strength or sort of, finding out ways to turn the dial on areas of
individual
improvement.
Players.
Correct. Yeah. Individual player plan meetings. I traditionally do not sit in the player-facing version of that, but I will work with the staff on developing those goals for the players.
So just for instance, just to drill a little deeper on that, I heard someone talking in the hallway the other day about a defensive plan for Celestine.
Yep.
And they were like, hey, I want to send somebody out to go kind of watch him and be around him. And then we saw him later in the day working on the wall, taking ground ball. Is that the type of player plan you're talking about?
Yeah, it's pretty developed. It starts over the winter. We'll get all the stakeholders to weigh in, and we'll meet in person in spring training. Sort of, we have first impressions of what they did over the winter. How's it looking? Now let's establish what our goals, no more than 3, are going to be for this next segment of spring training in the early part of the season. And then once the players are out with their club, whether it's an affiliate player in the Dominican or a player in the big leagues, we'll recheck in on how those goals are going periodically throughout the season. If they've checked the box, we'll go make a new goal. And sort of that process keeps going all day, all year long. And then, I'll come out, I'll watch bullpens, I'll watch live VPs, I'll watch our game. Usually we'll have some meetings during the day, whether it's a project we're working on, it is a good time of year to take on a bigger project. We're still a little too early in the spring to start focusing on players that may be out of options on other clubs or small trades. So for right now, it's just a lot of watching the game. You got your money's worth yesterday, all 4 hours of it. But yeah, this is a great time of year.
How critical is the data? Those TVs that are right above every mound now, the TVs that are right above every cage now, all the things that have been added here, even in our time of coming down here, 15, 16 years ago to today, and see all these details. So you watch a bullpen, and Sloan's going to throw here in about an hour or so.
Yep.
Are you constantly gazing at that monitor right above it as well?
Constantly, no. I don't think that's healthy to seek feedback on every move you make. But I think in aggregate, you can learn a little bit from each one of those. I think it's more about providing the players a resource if they want it. If a guy says, I just don't want to have it on today, I'd rather just throw and be in the headspace that I'm in. That's fine, too. But I think not having the suite of options available, almost all of the players, particularly the pitchers, want that info. For every player that's old school, there's 10 that are new school, whether it's a position player or a pitcher that want the feedback, want to know. I think it's just incumbent upon us. Our analytics department will be the first group of people to say, you can do great things with data. You can also do terrible things with data. So making sure that, we're using it for good and not for evil.
I often, talking to Justin Hollander here, Mariners general manager, and I've often heard you guys talk and use the word model. Our model suggests this, our model is that, and I love the phrase for baseball, it's perfect. I was thinking about, and maybe you would consider this to be part of your model, draft, develop, and trade, and we've heard Jerry say it a number of times, I know you've said it a number of times, and a couple weeks ago I was thinking about it. I'm like, I don't think it's enough. I don't think it accurately describes what you guys do. There needs to be a fourth part of it, because it seems to me that it's draft, develop, trade, and retain, because you've really made an effort to sign long-term the nucleus and core of your organization that you really believe needs to be here. I can't think of a major piece that you guys have let walk in free agency or traded before they were about to get expensive or anything like that. You may not have signed a million big-name free agents from the outside, but isn't retain, or maybe you guys use a different word for it, isn't that a huge part of this model?
Yeah, it has to be. It's really hard. I don't think we should take for granted how hard it is to draft and develop a pitcher as good as Logan, George, Bryce, or Brian. Like that's a sort of a once in a player cycle hit, and for us to have done it 4 times, you want to be able to keep those guys. It's not often that you draft Cal Raleigh, one of the 5 best players in baseball, or sign a Julio Rodriguez, for us unquestionably the best center fielder in baseball. You want to have those guys for a long time, and I think, locking up Cal and Julio for a long time, extending JP after we acquired them, it's important to develop continuity with a core of players that you really believe in. You shouldn't take for granted how good those guys are and how tough it is to go just plug someone else in.
So when you say continuity, that seems like this would be a big part of that. Right?
For sure.
Continuity for the fans who get to know players. And, it's unfortunately in a lot of markets, you cycle through those players, you churn through them. As soon as get good, they're off, and you have to bring in and get to know some new players. But also for the coaching staff, for the whether it's controlling the zone or now dominating the zone, for your philosophy that you guys use, for the chemistry in the clubhouse. It feels like it would really be important for all of those things.
Yeah, I'll start at the top. We can be as cold and calculating as the next front office. You can use model to refer to sort of philosophy, or you can use model to refer to our internal valuation on a player. And that's all great. I don't think we should ever lose sight of the fact that we are in the entertainment industry, and that the name on the front of the jersey means something, but so does the name on the back. And, it means something. I've talked about it on the air before. I have 2 young kids. My kids are 9 and 10 years old. I think it's awesome that they're going to watch Cal and Julio for all their careers. That means something to them. And I think that means something to our fans. And, I think it's pretty cool how quickly our whole region, not just our city, but our whole region, just became the biggest Josh Naylor fans in the whole world, and I think vice versa. And that was a factor for us, that he likes it here. Our fans love him. He says he loves to hit in our park and has shown that he can. Why would you look elsewhere? When you have a player, you learn things about them that you can't possibly know about a player that you've never had before.
This isn't a conversation about payroll, but your payroll is roughly in the middle of baseball, give or take. When you're in that spot, how important is it to get to know a player personally before giving them a lot of money?
I think it's important. It's not the only thing that matters, and I don't think it's a deal breaker, but I think it does help. It gives you comfort of what you're getting. When you give somebody, almost $100 million or more than $100 million, you kind of want to have a good idea of who you're getting married to. I try and stay away from a lot of the payroll discussion because it's just not something that I'm focused on day to day. Like, I'll paraphrase Tom Petty. I'm more interested in the dogs than the bones. Like, it's like, we have a really good team, and it never occurs to me, like, what would it look like if we just spent a little more money? Like, that's, we are really excited about the group we have. But you want to be methodical. You want to make good decisions with the money you're investing. And I think it's just easier to do that when you've either drafted the player, you've acquired them via trade and gotten to know them even just a little bit. We knew more about Luis Castillo 10 days into having Luis Castillo than we did for the years that he pitched for other teams. You start to learn their habits, how they are as a teammate right away.
What have you learned about the feel of this camp a couple weeks in?
I think the group of players that we have, obviously we know a lot of them, but the new guys really fit in well. I'm so impressed with the way they communicate, the type of teammates they are, the care factor they have, the professionalism. Specifically really impressed with what Brendan Donovan and Rob Refsnyder have brought to the table. I think Jose Ferrer fits in like a glove. Andrew Kisner's done a really nice job of acclimating, and that's a hard job to come in as a catcher in this organization and learn a whole bunch of new faces really quickly. So I think the standout thing for me is the culture of the organization and everybody just feeling like they belong. It's really, really cool to see.
It's interesting, Justin. I hear you, Justin Hollander, here with us, general manager of the Mariners. John Schneider said, I think it was this last offseason or at some point over the year, he was asked what happened. What did you guys do after hitting so well early? And then there was a little bit of some rough years and then just hit so well the last 3 or 4 years. And he said we narrowed our focus, that we were really too scattershot. It was like, wow, we're going to lose this guy. We got to bring in this guy. And just the board became too big. And over time, they have just kind of narrowed the focus. With time on task now that you've had, that Jerry's had, the continuity here of a decade, do you feel similarly like we know a Mariner? So when we bring in a Refsnyder or a Donovan, there's more comfort because the focus isn't as large but really narrowed?
I think that's helpful. Organizational continuity is such a huge thing, and obviously that starts at an ownership level. John and Chris Larson, the whole ownership group, just giving us time to make our own mistakes and learn from those mistakes and develop a process that works for us. I think that's really important. It's important to have a group of players that are consistent. It's really hard, you mentioned it earlier, to start imprinting philosophies organization-wide that start at the big league level when you have 15 new players in a given year. Yeah. So we've got continuity. Obviously, the Seahawks are a great example, I think from the outside looking in, of the value of organizational alignment. What they've been able to do in a short amount of time with a new coach and a new staff and fitting players into a system was remarkable to watch this year. Just super impressive, and they kicked butt once they found their rhythm. I hope that we can go on, obviously, a run like that, and I hope for a bunch of years down the line we're talking about Seattle being kind of a destination sports town because both of us share common traits of organizational alignment with a lot of talent.
When we get up to Seattle in end of March and start the season, what are you most excited to see on the field?
I think the consistency up and down of the lineup, I think we're going to be really difficult to pitch to night, and I think that starts with Brendan Donovan setting a tone every night. And, we watched a little bit of yesterday. We sort of had almost the starting lineup out there yesterday. And that group, particularly against right-handed pitching, is I think going to be really difficult to wrangle your way through inning by inning. There's just not a lot of breaks in the lineup. There's a lot of guys who can hurt you in different ways. And it was fun to watch yesterday.
Similarly, and we know that no baseball team is complete in March. Where will you have some questions that you're like, okay, I want to see how this plays out because maybe there's some concern?
Yeah, always health. Always health is really important. We had our struggles last year, particularly on the mound, of just getting guys healthy and at their best. And I think what we've seen so far is really encouraging in that regard. We'll have a moment. We're going to have the moment where I lose even more hair on the top of my head, where 2 starters are down and we're trying to figure out who the next best guy is and how we manage for a certain period of time. Every team, it's 162 games. You're going to have to manage that adversity. The teams that do that the best are usually the teams that come out on the other side and handle it well. I thought we did handle it well down the stretch last year, and that's always going to be the biggest thing is we got to find a way to stay healthy. But I think we have reinforcements at the ready if we need them. We have young players coming through who have been incredibly impressive so far in camp, both on the position player side and the pitching side. And that's just part of baseball is you're going to have to deal with that adversity, and you're going to need, to use a football mentality, you're going to need a next man up to go step up and help carry the water for a little bit.
Greg Amsinger was here the other day from MLB Network, and he knew and had background with Brendan Donovan in St. Louis and knew the people all out there. And, man, we've heard from so many different folks covering baseball and around St. Louis of, geez, what kind of guy he is. We've gotten a feel of it this week.
It didn't take long.
No, it didn't.
You literally just need to shake his hand. You're like, okay, I know who this guy is.
And I think Greg called him the polish, right? He's kind of the polish on this roster. I kind of like the way he framed it. Now that the deal's done.
Yep.
How precarious was that?
Or
how about any kind of background you feel comfortable sharing?
Jerry and I talked about it a lot. For me, it was like it took us from a fine offseason to what I thought was a great offseason. And that's he just can do so many things to help a good team win. For me, he's like the archetype of a championship winning player. He plays a bunch of different positions on the field. He's a high-level competitor with great makeup who can hit anywhere in the lineup. Most importantly for us, he can serve as a tone setter at the top of the lineup to feed into the guys who can hit it over the fence and to turn it over again to get back to those guys. Sure. And that's just a great fit. In terms of like how precarious it was, there were times when we were definitely like, are we ever gonna make progress here?
Right.
You can't help but read the rumor mills and see that, this other team's interested. What do they have to offer that maybe we don't have? And you're trying to balance the want to get a deal done with the sort of the limits of what you're willing to do. And we definitely stretched. We gave up a lot because we think it's a perfect fit. And nothing that we've seen in our 2.5 weeks here has dissuaded us from that being a great decision.
It's interesting to book in that offseason that you just framed it that way, because at the start of it was like, oh, we need Naylor. You need Naylor. We need Naylor. Everyone needs Naylor. And boom, it gets done. And it happened so fast in the offseason, and then Ferrer, and then ultimately this was like, even Brendan said, gosh, I was about ready to go to camp. Like I didn't with St. Louis, like I didn't know if this was going to get done. So ultimately, from your frame, why did it get done? How did it get done?
I think I give Jerry a ton of credit. I think I've told you in the past, we tend to just sort of go back and forth on who handles point on deals based on relationships. And we've talked about the value of relationships before, and I think it got done. Mostly because of Jerry's relationship with Eric Neander. Eric and Chaim had a great relationship from working together. Jerry and Chaim have done deals before. I wouldn't say they're as close as Eric and Chaim are. And Jerry and Eric have done a ton of deals. And the trust factor that Eric had with both Chaim and Jerry really helped everybody hang in there and get a deal done. Everybody kind of hung in there and just kept trying to find the right combination to make everybody happy. And ultimately it got done because Jerry was patient enough and just, kept working the phones and kept coming up with new ideas and ways to be creative to get it done. Obviously, us having the tradable draft pick was really helpful. Tampa Bay also had a tradable draft pick that was really helpful. Tampa Bay, really valuing and being interested in Ben Williamson, who is like the definition of their type of player. Again, just a lot of boxes that checked on all sides. It's really hard to do three-way deals, and I give Jerry a ton of credit because there were times where I was getting very impatient, and he just this is the perfect fit. We shouldn't forsake the perfect fit to go do something that doesn't really move our meter. Let's be patient, and I give him a ton of credit.
Justin Hollander with us, Mariners general manager. You mentioned the young guys and some of how impressed you've been. What do they need to do? I mean, let's run through a couple of these guys, and what are we looking for? Let's start with Cole Young, who I think projects as your starting second baseman on opening day. What are you looking for this year from Cole Young?
Just consistency. I think he really changed his body this offseason. Really proud of what he did in the offseason. He's moving better. He's throwing better. And I think you'll see him be able to maintain consistent bat speed, consistent approach, and get to some pitches that he maybe didn't get to at the end of last season when he was tired and kind of the league had exposed a small hole from him. And I think he's showing us that he's ready to play in the big leagues and ready to just take the job and run with it. Really excited. What he needed to do, he did, which is the work in the offseason. He checked that box for sure.
Emerson Hancock, we know. Colt Emerson, excuse me. You're two Emersons in.
Won't be the first and certainly won't be the last.
I know.
We're getting old.
I'm just barely getting over calling Emerson Hancock Sterling Hitchcock.
Right.
So I'm going to make a mistake with Colt Emerson. It's just brutal.
Yes.
Colt Emerson, we know that you guys are giving him every opportunity, and he's been in every spring training game so far.
Yep.
We know that there's a chance that he could make a big league roster out of camp. What does that actually look like? What is it you need to see in order to say, okay, this dude's ready?
I think just a consistent ability to execute on both sides of the ball at the big league level, not against minor league pitching, but against big league pitching. He's going to get plenty of run here in camp, especially when the WBC guys go away at the end of the week. So he'll get plenty of opportunity to show it. I also don't want to put too much pressure. It's a day on the calendar. if that day is opening day, that's awesome. I'll be so excited. I will be thrilled to give him a hug and tell him congratulations, you're a big leaguer today. If it's not March 26th and it's April 15th or May 15th or August 15th, he's going to play in the big leagues and he's going to play for us for a long time. So try not to put too much weight on a specific day on the calendar, because that's just an arbitrary day, and we'll try our best to make the best decision for him and for us.
What about Quadzilla and Cliff Lee? Who's Quadzilla and the next Cliff Lee? What about those two young guys?
Yeah, those guys are super impressive. Ryan Sloan and Kate Anderson, I'm interpreting that.
Well done. Yes.
Those guys are super
Divish
impressive.
said Cliff Lee, and I was like, damn, that is good.
Yeah.
He does have some Cliff Lee to him.
I don't want to put too much pressure because comps can be dangerous. Like,
Yep.
I can't help but see Max Fried when I watch him out there.
Oh.
Like, the way his body moves and the way he hides the ball, and his intensity and feel for moving the ball to different quadrants. Cade's been really impressive. He needs innings. He needs time. Obviously, he hasn't thrown in a competitive game and only coming up on 8 months now, just from the College World Series until today. I believe he's going to get in there on Saturday, which will be super exciting for everybody. But he just needs time, and I don't think it's going to be a lot of time. But if I'm being honest, I can't see him I would rent an Everett. I wouldn't buy if I were him, but I think he's going to be on the radar sooner than later. And the same thing with Ryan. Ryan Sloan is really, really mature and focused, clearly diligent, and is off the field work. He's really smart, and he's got great stuff, like just otherworldly stuff. I think with pitchers, you don't want to artificially hold them down. We just know a lot about how pitches are going to function in the big leagues once they get there. We're just more certain with how they're going to work. I don't think it's out of the question that those guys pitch in the big leagues, but I don't want to this year. But I don't want to make it sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy that they definitely are. I think they're mature enough and their stuff is good enough. Whatever happens between the time they suit up in an affiliate and the end of the season, that a number of factors could come into play there. But I don't see any reason why they couldn't do it.
But when you talk earlier about pitching depth, they're on that list, right, of guys that are in the mix potentially down the road. And then how much does seeing guys like Trey Yasevich or anybody else come all the way through that quickly, how much has that changed across baseball over the last decade or so?
I think it's a pendulum. Like when we were, like, Dwight Gooden was dominating at 19 years old in the big leagues, and for a while timelines tended to shift back, and now I think just with info that we get that we didn't used to get, we just have a lot more certainty in a game that is very uncertain.
What does that mean?
Like TrackMan data, ball flight data, that not only you track like how the ball is moving, but how it's being commanded, ability to execute pitches in different situations. Those things just give you, in a game that is very uncertain, a little bit more certainty with pitchers maybe than position players about what it's going to look like at the big league level, especially when you're talking about two players who are really wired the right way, and Ryan and Cade. So it's not out of the question that they could do it this year. And I never want to put limits on players. It's not going to be early. I would be really surprised if we're in May and it's like, Cade just shoved everybody out of the way in a month. That would be surprising to me. Not impossible, but surprising.
Last thing for me, Justin, and it's been a conversation all week with everybody we've talked to.
NFL Combine.
We'll talk about that off the air. Okay, we got a lot to talk about there. Now, World Series expectations.
For the college champion Ohio State Buckeyes, right?
What?
Ouch.
They won the championship.
Here he goes.
Didn't they win?
Yeah, I know.
Here he
We
goes.
almost got to the end.
Here he goes.
I did it on purpose. I had to make everyone mad this week.
Did Cal or Logan swear at you, or are you trying to make me unique?
I am.
He is very focused on the Ohio State Buckeyes, and you got to tweak them now and again. You got to make sure to keep everybody on their toes. Great stuff with Justin Hollander, who is not only a great guy, he's really good at this, man. He really has a good sense, and I think he's been a really, really key player in the success the Mariners have had here over the last couple of years. So thanks to Justin for joining us. Hopefully you guys have an opportunity to hear that, and I think the stuff there on Logan Gilbert is important, and certainly on Brendan Donovan and what a difference he's made. He ends up being a pretty big part of the answer to the question that was asked of me yesterday and that I will ask Brock coming up next. Stick with us. We got a lot of baseball to talk today. We got a lot of football to talk today. All of it coming up here on Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2 on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Brendan Donovan, the latest acquisition for your Seattle Mariners. He's a guy who gets on base. He doesn't strike out much. He's your leadoff hitter.
You know, everything that he says, he's a grinder. He loves baseball, and I love that, man.
Yeah.
This is a good thing, man.
All about baseball.
Yeah.
That's his sole focus.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about artificial intelligence.
I cannot answer that.
Many professions are using it, and allegedly some are even being taken over by it. At 1-800-DUI-AWAY, we know police are leveraging AI, whether it's analyzing body cam footage, reading license plates, or even facial recognition. AI has become a helpful tool, enabling officers to work more efficiently. And efficiency for them means more people getting pulled over. You can't chat GPT your way out of a high BAC. Getting legal advice from AI is no substitute for an attorney. Use AI correctly, or it can result in trouble, like a self-driving car taking you home from a bar.
You have reached your destination.
So call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com. If you get pulled over for DUI, the only thing you need your smart device to do is call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY! Don't miss the Seattle RV Show, March 12th through 15. Hundreds of new models and floor plans. RVs for every budget. RVs for every lifestyle. Special rates, incentives, exclusive prices, accessories. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Listen every morning to Brock and Salk for Need to Know, powered by Marquee Data. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to learn more.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
It's flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too. We just couldn't help ourselves. But we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back.
This is real fish.
At participating restaurants.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hi Brock. Good morning.
Good morning, Michael. How are you?
Good.
You good? You
Yeah.
good?
Very good.
You doing okay?
Doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up?
I just, we get back.
You're coming in a little hot today.
I know, because I worked out this morning. Because I'm kind of back in my routine. Remember, I hosted the men's conference Saturday.
Sure.
I mean, time of my life. Connected like this with Bo Nix's dad. I was like looking at what I could be in like 5 years as a grandpa to be. So I'm full of that, full of joy, full of got some sweat out, and I'm back in my routine. And as much as I absolutely love being a reptile next to you down there in having our table, there is something to just kind of getting back in rhythm. And I know you did as well this weekend, right? You got a little hockey. You're up at your favorite place, Kraken Iceplex.
I wish. No, we were at the Snow King in Kirkland, unfortunately. Yeah.
Darn it.
Tough loss, overtime loss on the road.
Oh.
I know, it was brutal. It was just brutal. Just brutal. But it's all right.
All right.
So let me jump into stuff today. We got a lot of baseball to talk. Ryan Sloan coming up in 30 minutes. This is the last thing we taped before we left. Dude's hilarious. You guys are going to have to listen to Ryan
Pretty good timing. He was pretty good yesterday, Salky.
I know.
Oof,
I know.
He was good.
So we got some Ryan Sloan for you coming up in a half hour, and then Hawk Blogger Brian Nemhauser at 8:30 to kind of take us inside the combine. So some football, some baseball today. I got a text from a friend yesterday that said, I'm having a discussion with a buddy. He says the Mariners are better than last year. I told him I'd get your expert opinion. Well, I appreciate being labeled an expert in this case. Thank you for that.
And you so love predictions. I mean, if there's one thing over the year, especially Mariners predictions, really good for your soul. Really, really puts you in your happy place to try to write about, try to predict, try to anticipate what this thing is going to look like. Did you answer, or are you taking in the counsel of Lyle and Moore and me?
I did answer, but I was curious what you guys would have said before I tell you what I said.
Oh, I would have said on paper, if you were with us all last week, on paper, you would see that this is a more mature team and a complete team. So are they going to be a better team? It's baseball, brother. It's baseball. And I didn't steal your phone, Salk, so I don't know exactly how you responded back, but I'm going to guess it included some of that, didn't it?
You know what the first two words were?
It's baseball.
No, first two words are the same first two words you just used. On paper. I mean, literally, exactly. That is what I wrote.
Why am I even here? Why am I even here?
Why do we even bother? Yeah, we can just predict each other's thoughts. Yeah, I said on paper, he's right. But as we know, the game isn't played on paper. The expectations are sky high. It'll be interesting to see how they handle that. But they are a complete team, top-tier rotation, excellent bullpen, superstar hitters at the top, deep lineup, mediocre division. So, like, everything is on paper set up for them. It's just that we don't play games on paper. You actually have to go out and do it, and you got to stay healthy. And, Bryce Miller, right after you say all this, has a little oblique thing pop up over the weekend. Is he going to be okay? Probably. I'm not going to freak out because Bryce Miller's going to miss a week with an oblique, but I don't like it. I don't like obliques for pitchers.
Well,
I've made that pretty clear over
Can we
the years.
Can we clarify something, please? Is there a difference between the side and an oblique?
They said I saw oblique.
You did see oblique? Okay,
Yeah.
because I saw side repeatedly.
both. I saw
good.
both.
Okay, all right, just to clarify. All right. No, it does. Immediately, like, oh, Oh, okay. Well, he was ramped up to 98.
Yeah.
Mooney's been ramping up to 100. Our guy Sloan, you're gonna hear this interview, he was sitting at 99 yesterday. Like, just, it's kind of like taking that IROC, into its sixth gear down 9th Street and up that hill. Like, can you do this repeatedly and over and over and over again, or do you kind of want to slow down the RPMs a little bit to sustain? So, I think that is some of the journey as well. But quite honestly, I think you just tell your friend, we were embedded for a week and real close to it. And if you were as well, and you just also saw kind of the fabric of these guys, and I know that's hard to define, and I know it may not be the same as football where you're literally blood, sweat, and tears laying it physically on the line for the guy next to you. But as Julio sat down and told us, like, it matters. It matters. Bryce needs to know, or Logan needs to know, I'll run through the wall, right? And they know that, and they know they're going to run through the wall, and they're going to do all they can on their end. So, yeah, they got a whole bunch of, I think, good things and good ingredients humming in the recipe.
Yeah, and to specifically answer the question, are they better than last year? So an actual comparison to where they were at last season, I think in some ways the obvious answer is yes. Like, Well,
who did they lose? They lost Suarez. They lost 2.5 months of Suarez that unfortunately was not like the previous 4 months in Arizona.
And they lost Polanco.
And you fill that in with a Brendan Donovan a third. And I think, they're different guys, they're different players, different skill sets, but one fills the need right at the top of the lineup as well.
Funny. I don't actually make that call because I think what we saw from Geno, unfortunately, just wasn't all that good when he was here.
That's right.
I know he had a good year leading up to being here, and it was good to get him here and all that, but he didn't do a whole lot short of the one big home run. Like, he just was not a major contributor down the stretch. For me, Brendan Donovan replaces Jorge Polanco. Like, I just look at it and say, okay, instead of Polanco, you got Brendan Donovan. He's younger. He has a slightly different skill set, but similar type of, impact on the roster. And then instead of the mess you had at first base for 4 months last year, you got Josh Naylor. Right? Yeah. I mean, like, instead of the weird mess at first, you've got a guy playing there every single day in Josh Naylor. Other than that, your pitching staff should be healthier. You brought in another lefty in Ferrer. That's kind of your team.
Yep. Yeah, I think honestly, on paper, the single biggest difference you could argue is that now you have a bona fide, legitimate leadoff hitter. And if you believe in that stuff, and a lot of people don't anymore, and it's just like it doesn't matter. Lineups don't matter. Leadoff guys don't matter. It's all about production. Well, I think, that's still some of the old school in me that with this lineup and what's behind it, I think it's important to set the table. And I think that could end up being one of the bigger, deltas between last year and this year in a positive way of like, now you've got this guy who gets on base 36% of the time. And what that can do to kind of fire start everybody else behind them. So, I don't know how you make an argument. Is there an argument on the other side? What would be the argument on the other side? I mean, and realize this too.
Side. Okay, so I'll try to make it for you, but I don't want to be like,
no, you don't do it, Salk. You know what? You don't do this.
No, I'll make
because the minute you do this, somebody jumps on at 7:07, and they're like, there he is.
Yep, Salk's being negative.
Yep. So Lyle, you do this. Legs, Lyle legs
has to have the same problem. No, that's not fair to Lyle. I'm not gonna do that to Lyle. I don't want Lyle to be the negative guy either.
Maura, you do this.
Moore's not gonna do this. That's
Why
not
they
fair.
were better last year?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you make any case?
Of course you can. Brock, the case is Cal Raleigh hit 60 home runs last year.
There you go.
That's a good case.
I mean, that's
a
the
good case.
That is essentially what the case is. Cal Raleigh hit 60 home runs last year, and Jorge Polanco had a much better season than anyone thought that he ever would.
Okay.
That's your case to say that the Mariners were better last year than they were better this year.
Gotcha.
But I don't know that it's enough to overcome all of the other things.
And even with all the injuries, Brian Wu was the leading pitcher at going 6 innings or more in the entire league.
Yeah, and you had to overcome 80% injuries in your rotation last year. Is that going to happen this year? It could. It's baseball. You have no idea
what's going to happen. Right.
Don't know what's going to happen.
But I think you do kind of look at it. And
I'll tell you what, this time last year, there was not a Kate Anderson and a Ryan Sloan. There were not those two guys starting to kind of bark and nip a little bit like, hey, I'm here. Like, and I know it's not going to be here opening day.
We said that Logan Evans was in that spot last year. I don't know that he has quite the same reputation.
I don't think anybody thought he had the upside.
No,
I mean,
but we were talking about him as a guy that was going to help out and going to be a part of it. You know, he's Lyle's buddy. So, look, again, that's just sort of playing devil's advocate.
Larry's son. Yep.
I would say it is, on paper, I think very, very clear that when you add Josh Naylor to, again, I'm looking at the full of last year. You want to know another argument for why this year's better? The subtraction. I mean, you're not playing Donovan Solano and Rowdy Tellez for months of the season this year. I mean, we haven't really mentioned.
Didn't you say on Friday one of your favorite words about all of this was complete?
Absolutely. It's a much more complete team. Rob Refsnyder and Leo Rivas are probably going to be the 25th and 26th players on this team. That is a huge, massive upgrade from where you were a year ago. Yep. So I am very excited. I do think it's going to be a lot of fun. You never know what's going to happen. On paper, it's very different from in reality, and we'll see what happens over the course of 6 months. The lineup you start with isn't going to be the lineup you finish with. Same with the rotation, same with the bullpen. Baseball throws all sorts of twists and turns at you over the course of the season. But to answer my friend, right now, I would say the Mariners look better than they did a year ago. We'll come right back with everything you need to know, and we'll let you hear from this kid, Ryan Sloan, at 7:30. I found him to be very entertaining. I think you will as well. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
The first week of Seattle sports at Mariners spring training.
Man, best week of our year.
Brendan said it yesterday. We're not afraid to say World Series.
Brock and Salk definitely caught the vibe.
Julio Rodriguez, who sits down with us right now.
Being able to be so close to something so special really made this team hungry.
Cal Raleigh.
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be.
Beginning Monday, March 9th, Wyman and Bob are in Peoria.
I cannot wait to get down there.
Every exclusive interview from Mariners spring training is on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends down there at PCF Construction Group. People come first. Spring and summer, they're coming right around the corner. Kind of feels like spring, right? With the sun out yesterday and today. And if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, now is the time. With a patio cover, a heater, and a fireplace from PCF like they built for Molly and I some years ago, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. In fact, I think back to so many of those rainy days and the cold, but the fire was on, the heaters were on, the TV was out. It was a blast. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project. Plus, no payments and no interest until 2027. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions apply, but do what Molly and I did. Contact PCF for all the details. Start planning, start designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning permits can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get your project ideas. Browse their amazing photos and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com. Making your outdoor space with people come first.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from.
Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope is within reach. Here's Brandon, a recent patient.
Going to sleep was challenging. Getting my brain to turn off was challenging. Just kind of getting through every day was a bit challenging. Like everything was a little too hard, a little too much resistance, and that just kind of evaporated. After the first few sessions of ketamine, it was noticeable. People remarked on it pretty quickly. I had done maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and people started going, what are you doing differently? You look awesome. You just look like your skin is healthier and you look happier. To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it. So go for it. That's what I say.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent, with 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels. There's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More. Fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big, bring him the game.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Not a great weekend results-wise for the Mariners. Not that it matters. They lose to the Diamondbacks, Padres, and Rangers Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but that was definitely not the story. The story was the kids, and specifically the young pitchers. Cade Anderson making his debut on Saturday, Brock, 3 strikeouts, struck out the side in the first, got a little trouble in the second inning, but he was very good and talked to afterwards. This kid's hilarious. He is very Cliff Lee, very, very much. Hey, what makes your fastball so good even though you don't throw quite as hard?
I think just having 4 pitches for strikes. Yeah, I'm not the velo guy everyone might think I am. I'm more of a pitcher. So having 4 pitches I can throw at any count really helps.
Not a thrower pitcher. He's a pitcher.
Yeah.
I'm not a thrower. I'm a pitcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, not a lot of velo, even though you said at 94. That's the world we're living in today. 93, 94. Not a lot of velo.
Yeah, just not a velo guy. He's more of a pitcher. The other guy, Ryan Sloan, kind of a velo guy.
Sloan's 1-2. Swung on ground ball, softly hit right to shortstop. Rivas has it, whips it to first. How about that? They got the out. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Ryan Sloan. Very impressive for the 20-year-old prospect for the Mariners as he walks off after hanging a 0 here in the 4th.
Yes, 12 pitches, Salk. And remember that little word that Shannon whispered as we were watching his bullpen?
Paint?
Yeah. He paints it because he's got great command as well. I mean, how many 20-year-olds that throw 99 miles per hour command it the way he does? That's why I was reading a bunch of stuff yesterday. Like, yeah, man, this guy's ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
This is a 1. It's not a 2, 3, or 4. His stuff at this age and this stage, this is one
stuff.
One
and what
kind
is
of
Kate
stuff.
Anderson, a 2? Is that
Right.
sort of what you would view that as, upside-wise? I mean, these things are so hard to predict, and because you say it, and then you never know what direction these guys are all going to go. But to have,
No, but it's like the combine that I watched all weekend long.
yeah, you're trying to project.
You're just looking at traitsy stuff, and yeah, man, that guy's 6'4", 240, runs 4.4. That's like elite kind of talent stuff. You're 6'3", 220, throw 99 and paint corners. That's elite, traitsy kind of stuff. Fun to see it on
One
display.
other thing that jumped out to me this weekend, Brock, was this.
That may be a home run.
Swinging a fly ball deep to right field off the bat of Cole Young. Goodbye, baseball. Cole Young, his first home run of the Cactus League season.
It was also his first hit of the season, but it came off a lefty. That's something I'm going to be watching for. Like home runs in spring training or whatever, they kind of tend to go a little farther down there than they do up here. But to have it come off a lefty, something that, will be a question mark for him moving forward. I thought that was pretty cool to see. Luke Raley hit his first home run in the spring.
Also off a lefty.
As well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Brock, I know you watched a lot of NFL Combine this weekend. What'd you see?
Someone on the air called me old and lazy. Someone called me, and you know what? I take those things.
Yeah.
And I may have, pulled it. It may have been on my loop this morning on my AirPods. Like, I'm old and lazy, huh? I'm old and lazy. So I had a choice yesterday, kind of after church, after a little throwing session with the boys. Do I come home and take a Sunday nap? Or do I watch the 18 hours of Combine that I had recorded and kind of zip through that so I'm ready to go on Monday morning?
Sounds like you could do both things at once. I don't know why you felt the need to choose between those two things. I would have put on the Combine and immediately fallen asleep.
Thankfully, DJ took a zinger like in the first 10 minutes. They have one of those guys in the stands wearing those stupid big hats, and he's like, oh, look at that, Rich. Somebody's got Bruce Bochy's hat. And I'm like, okay, I'm in. You got me, DJ. I'm in. I'm gonna watch all the big guys. And, yeah, I'll get to this in Blue 88, man. It was, speaking of traits, this might not be a production kind of class that we have seen over the last 2 or 3 years because you've had a lot of COVID guys and everything else. But this was an athlete kind of class. Like, this was a traits kind of class. Certainly at the top end of just about every position group. As I said, I'll hit on that and more. And certainly Hawk Blogger, who was there with his partner for a number of days. We'll get to a bunch of that soon.
All right, we'll do that a lot in the 8 o'clock hour. NFL did send the new salary cap figures to teams, Brock. So the new number is over $300 million for the first time. Right. $301.2 million. That's a $22 million increase from last year, and teams have until basically next week, March 11th, to be under that number.
I think I can look it up. I think in 1999 when I was drafted, I think it was 1/3 of that.
Wow.
I think we had just crossed the $100 million threshold.
Isn't that amazing? And all of that is going to be relevant to anybody who is looking to buy the Seahawks, right? I mean, like, that is a direct reflection of how much revenue they are bringing in. It is tied to that, so the revenue leads to the percentage, which leads to the salary cap.
That's about 50, isn't it? Close to like 55, 45, or I don't know, 51, 49. So if that's going to the players, these teams are making $350 million a year.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, local hockey clubs this weekend, Brock. Good weekends for different reasons. First, it was the Torrent. They set another American Women's Hockey League or Americans Hockey attendance record with a completely sold-out arena on Friday night. 17,335 people. My wife, both my daughters, Cecily's whole team, friends of Avery's, lots of folks there, and everyone said it was just incredible. Awesome vibe. Unfortunately, the team just didn't play well. They got blown out 5-2.
No Hillary, huh? Injured list?
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna guess that was hey, I'm kind of tired. Hillary's nearing the end of her career. This is probably going to be her last year. She was definitely moving a little faster in the Olympics than I've seen her with the Torrent so far this year. That extra energy maybe needed a couple of days off. She also then went to SNL along with Megan Keller. and they were both on there with the Hughes brothers, so that was a cool situation as well. They'll play in Ottawa
And
on
apparently
Wednesday.
our boys team woke up, huh? Apparently.
Kraken played pretty well. They played a much different style game. A lot of pucks to the net, Brock, on Saturday night. Jordan Eberle had 2.
Elias Pettersson blocked by Eberle. He has open ice. Here comes the captain right in. He scores! Hey, hey! What do you say? Jordan Eberle.
There you go. That was one of 2. It looked like he had 3, but they later changed one of those goals and gave it to Beniers. Stevenson and Dunn with the other couple. They will host Carolina at home tonight.
23-game sprint here. 23 games. All they got left.
Yeah.
Carolina's good, too.
Carolina's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so go out and do your thing.
So
That's everything you need to know.
I think I am. I think I got my guy, though. I'll give you, some guys that jumped out to me as kind of Seahawks kind of guys.
Okay.
But, every year I kind of got my guy.
Yeah, give me one.
was
Tell me now.
year.
Will you tell me who it is now? Don't make me
want
wait.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't want to wait.
Jacob Rodriguez.
Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Okay,
Jacob
who is
Rodriguez. He's a linebacker from Texas Tech. That 3 years ago when I saw him the first time, I'm like, I love this story. Former quarterback, right? Athlete, ball hawk, married to she flies, I think, the helicopters in the Army. Like, ooh,
wow,
this guy's kind of bad.
Okay.
And then the next year he was like really good. And then this year he was an All-American. And then I was like, is he kind of low-foot to Tupu? Is he going to run like 4.9? Oh, he put on a show.
Look at this mustache.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I like him now, too. Look at this big power stash. Wow. The hair, the mustache, the whole thing.
Yeah, this dude is.
Wow, Brock. You did not tell me that. I mean, you're burying the lead.
This guy can play, too. So
Bring him in. First-round pick, number 32.
He can play.
Bring in anyone with this kind of mustache. All right. We take a quick break. We'll come back with Ryan Sloan. The young Mariner pitcher is confident and hilarious.
He can play.
I like this kid. It's next on Brock and Salk.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
John, looking at this Mariner team, who's the biggest competition in the American League?
Good question. I'll say this. There's no team in the American League whose chances to reach the World Series I like better than those of the Seattle Mariners. When you look at even just today the way the lineup looks, Donovan, then Cal, then J-Rod, then Naylor.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and we all know the championship trophy is exactly where it should be, right? Right here in Seattle. That big game, yeah, it's in the rearview mirror, but now we're fully focused on baseball opening day, a couple weeks away. Why not make a commitment right now to look and feel your best by then? People all over the Northwest could lose a ton of weight just by the start of baseball season. It starts by calling Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. A little 15-minute phone call. That's all it takes to get started. I did it. I lost 10 pounds in a week. I lost about 35 pounds in 8 weeks. And I didn't have to fight for space in the gym. I didn't have to take any pills or injections. Nothing fake about it. No fake bland box meals. Nothing like that. It's all real food that you buy at your grocery store. Delicious recipes, great coaching, support, the accountability. Yeah, it works, man. Do it for yourself this year. Book your 15-minute phone call or your 15-minute consult at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Trust is everything. Earning it
takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and live awards show created for the sports community by the sports community, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. Don't miss your chance to be among the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org.
Don't miss Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, Brock, this was something we knew we wanted to do. It was on the list of guys we really wanted to talk to once we got down here. And then you see him, and then you see him throw the bullpen, and you're like, yeah, we got to make sure we talk to Ryan Sloan. And he's kind enough to sit down with us right now. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I see it in the face. I said to Salk earlier, that's Mike Salk, Brock Eward. I said to Salk, like, he's younger than my middle daughter.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Well, it means you're old.
Huh?
It just means you're old.
Yeah, I'm almost 50. I started very young. But, man, you're 20?
20. Just turned 20. Yeah.
Can you give us the, 1-minute bio? You grew up in Illinois?
Mm-hmm. So I grew up in Oswego, Illinois. Ended up moving to Elmhurst. Lived there. Went there middle
school. Is that a Chicago suburb?
Yeah, it's right outside Oak Brook, so I'm probably 30, 40 minutes away from the city with no traffic. But with traffic, you know how it gets. Ends up being an hour and a half. Went to high school there, was committed to Wake Forest, and ended up getting drafted by the Mariners.
Bears fan?
Not diehard, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cubs fan growing up?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely a Cubs fan.
All right. So we starting to get a sense of Blackhawks fan? Hockey? Don't care?
Not a huge hockey
interested?
guy.
Bulls fan? Or you're kind of too late for the Jordan years.
Yeah, not a big basketball guy either.
Okay.
More of a college basketball guy.
Did you play other sports growing up?
I played basketball. My mom played basketball in college. So I ended up playing basketball up until my freshman year of high school, and then cut it.
So why baseball?
I thought I was better at it than basketball, to be honest. When you're playing basketball, like I was a power forward, and then you're going up against guys that are 6'8" and 6'9", I just don't stand a chance. Yeah. You know, I'm better stature for baseball, I'd say.
So, Ryan, what's cool about this rotation is guys from everywhere, all sorts of different backgrounds. I have a son that's a baseball player and picked the brain of Logan and all the rest of them. Some of the past linear, most of the past not particularly linear. Were you a perfect game guy? Were you like an all baseball all the time and go pursue it in all those avenues?
Yeah. I was lucky enough to be invited to all the stuff, I guess you could put it. So I ended up going to the perfect game stuff, the PBR stuff, some of the All-American games. You know, just a good opportunity to go and compete and be around guys that are really similar mindseted in the way I am, and just to get to know everyone, you know.
And at 12, were you the kid with the big legs throwing 80 miles an hour?
No. I was always pretty tall. Started to kind of grow in my body probably my freshman, sophomore year. Started putting weight on, and then, you know, I was always lengthy, so just put weight on and, you know, kind of got me where I am.
But were you the kid that was throwing harder than everybody else?
No, not really.
Not really?
I was always kind of like I'd say I was always above average, and then just continuously ticked up every year.
With some of the weight and some of the strength and growing into your body?
Exactly.
How
this is coming. There's only a matter of time before Brock asks about the quad, so here we go. just
is
do it.
Is it appropriate? Or like,
it's your thing. It doesn't matter. You've never cared whether it's appropriate or not.
When did you know you were Quadzilla?
I still don't think I know. To be honest, I think there's some guys that got me
No,
out there.
you know, because you try to put jeans on, or you try to put things on. You're like,
it's. I don't like shopping.
You try
for
to put
pants.
your prom tux on.
I'm not a fan of shopping for pants anymore. You know, honestly, I just can't do it.
Yeah,
it makes me too angry. I go try on 7 pairs and none of them fit, and then I'm just frustrated the rest of the day.
And therefore, you know, you're then Quadzilla. At that point, when 7 pairs of pants
happens
don't
to me
fit,
too. I try on jeans and I'm like, oh, why are these 8 inches too long at the bottom? That doesn't fit.
Well, yours is a little more of the.
It's a little bit of a different challenge.
Yeah, a little bit more.
I get that.
So is that just kind of God given, or do you work your tail off to develop your legs?
I mean, I had a good workout program at home. I mean, I started working out as a freshman, so.
Okay.
Just got a good group of guys, got after it 5-6 times a week, and I guess that's how I got
Okay, so
here.
right there, hold on one sec. So you have young listeners. We have this in our audience. We have baseball coaches. Like they want to know, like, hey, man, I got a youngster that wants to do this. And so your freshman year, you're like, all right, basketball's not real. This is getting real. I want to do this. So what was the workload kind of through your freshman year and into high school? What did that really look like, that commitment?
Yeah, for me, I mean, it was kind of a weird time because right when that was going on, it was COVID, so very weird time. So, you know, I was just trying to get in the gym as much as I could. I think the thing that gets kind of skipped over is the working out in the season. I think that's kind of where you can get an edge, I guess you could say. Like, nowadays you go travel for a tournament that you play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you come home. So I think those midweek workouts are really important because you don't see a lot of guys in there midweek. You know, it's pretty dead. You know, everyone's recovering from the weekend, and, you know, I think that's kind of where you can get that edge, you know. So just getting in there as much as you can and getting your work in.
What's it like throwing a Cal Raleigh?
Special. You know, it's very surreal. You know, get drafted, 2024, and already throwing to a guy who hit 60 home runs. You know, it's pretty special. But throwing to him, just big target. It's nice. It's really nice.
He is a big target. So you get drafted in 24. Take us back to that day. Did you know the Mariners? Were you on the radar? Did you have a sense? Is that where Ryan Sloan wanted to be?
Yeah. Obviously, I knew of their all the guys that have came through, knew that they were really good with pitchers. You know, the draft was kind of interesting for me, though, being a right-handed high school arm. You know, not a ton of teams like taking them. Not a ton of teams, you know, like drafting them at all, especially in the first round. So there was a wide range where I could go. We had a little bit of a party. I remember sitting there just being like, wow, you know, I thought I had a chance to go in the first round, you know, and I ended up falling all the way. You see guys that I knew I was better than, go before me, and it was just kind of weird, and then eventually I got lucky enough and they called, and all that stress kind of went away like that.
Was it a hard decision to sign rather than go to Wake Forest, or?
I kind of knew if I was going to go on the first day,
Yeah.
I probably was going to go. I thought I was mature enough to go. I didn't think I needed college per se. So if I kind of went in that first day and got the money I was looking for, I thought I would go.
You're wearing your spring training hat. I was trying to look underneath to see if you had the names of all those guys written down inside your hat of like the motivation of everybody who got drafted ahead of you. So then you come and you're, again, only been here for a little while. What has your experience been like coming up through this Mariner system?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been awesome. I mean, they do such a good job of just giving you confidence. Because that's, especially pitching-wise, hitting-wise, it's probably even more just.
How do they do that? How do they instill confidence?
Just, they make it so simple that it's almost hard to believe in it. They show you, hey, your stuff's really good. It plays at the big league level.
How do they show you that? With numbers?
Yeah,
with
video. I mean, they have a pitch grading system, which is nice. So it's 100 is average, and you see a couple pitches above 100, and you're like, okay, I'm pretty good, And then it's like they just tell you throw it down the middle. We're never not gonna get mad. We're not gonna get mad if you throw it down the middle. So I kind of just adopted that. I'm like, I'm gonna throw everything down the middle and let it do its thing, and I'm gonna end up being pretty good.
And then yet I'm watching a bullpen of you today, and I was right behind Dan, and Shannon Dreyer was there, and I don't know, you're working some sliders, some different counts, your different you look like some of your off-speed stuff, and Shannon Dreyer whispers in my ear, paint, because every ball was not in the middle of the plate. Every one of them was painting that.
And to boost your confidence a little bit more, we'll try to help the Mariners out. Cal was here with us the other day, and we asked about you, and Cade, to be fair. And he was like, yeah, what stands out, these guys put the ball where they want to put it, not just throwing a strike down the middle. So you can stay down the middle. Seems like you don't want to stay right in the middle.
No, yeah, I think for me, I just started down the middle. I'm trying to throw it right down the middle, and I know that with the way my stuff moves, it's not going to end up down the middle a lot of times. So when I say down the middle, I'm just trying to aim down the middle.
Okay. So take us through the progression of last season.
Yeah, long season.
Was
long.
it?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize how much time you actually spend at the field. It's a long time at the field. You get there at 12. I didn't know you get there at 12 for a 6:30 game. So definitely had to get used to that. But other than that, it was great. It was great. I got to never been in California a long time. Got to see pretty much all of California, I guess you could say, and ended up getting moved up to Everett at the end of the year, which was great. And just kind of learned throughout it. Just kept learning and kept trying to take in everything and just try to get better.
Who were some teammates you bonded with along the way?
Yeah, it was unfortunate. One of my good buddies, Matt Tiberia, I was good friends with. He ended up going down with TJ midway through. Calvin Shapar ended up going down halfway through. Ended up meeting back up with him in Everett, though. So we kind of lost our group, but everyone ended up getting up in Everett, and then Matt Ellis too, catcher. We were all good guys. Yeah.
So you finish in Everett. You come to camp here this spring, and the mindset is what?
Just learn. You got so many brains around here and good minds. I mean, pretty much all the arms here are in the position that I want to be in. So they just have unlimited wisdom and stuff that I just haven't been able to learn yet. So just trying to be able to learn and take what I can from it and go give it a try.
Is there one guy in the rotation that you look at and say, my stuff is similar and I want to learn a little bit how they use it, or my mindset is similar and I want to understand how they use their head? Whose brains do you pick?
Yeah, I think it's a good question.
Good question, Mike.
I get paid to ask good questions.
Yeah.
Don't use my line.
That's Brock's
line. No, but I mean, I love Cade's mindset on the mound. So I've been able to spend a lot of time with him, just talking and going back and forth. I mean, he's a dog. So getting to talk to him, he knows how to punch guys out, and I want to punch guys out too. So getting able to talk to him, and then obviously Kirby just speaks for itself how many strikes he throws, and I think that's the kind of mentality I want to embody. Just throwing strikes. You have confidence in your stuff to throw all your pitches for strikes, and just keep doing that day in, day out.
And Logan's a really nice guy. but he's kind of weird.
I mean, does he recruit
Like his
you?
stuff.
Is he recruiting you to use all these things like into his cult?
I gotta ask. I gotta ask what it's about. I haven't asked yet.
You got the R2D2 ball over there.
I
You just
know.
grab that thing and shake it.
Just shake it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all. Like we watch him, and it's like I don't know. It's
circus.
And we love Logan to death.
Yeah.
Although Salk kind of pissed him off yesterday.
Not really.
A little
He's
bit.
like a circus performer with all that stuff out there.
Yeah, he looks like he's the one that does things a little bit different, but that's the beauty of baseball and pitching, right? Like everybody can do it differently. Okay, so what, you want to learn, you want to absorb, you want to take all of this in, and ultimately, would you like to start in AA and let this thing eat and rip, or do you have any of those conversations or thoughts?
Yeah, honestly, for me, I just think everything's going to take care of itself. I just think if I am consistent in my work, in my routine, and my intentionality throughout the days, everything's going to figure itself out. And it's as simple as that. Just got to go out, put myself in a spot to be successful and go out and compete. And, it's just going to end up being in a good spot.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't leave and ask with this, because some are curious. I'm not just the only guy that's curious about Quadzilla and legs and everything. What does a leg day workout look like for Ryan Sloan?
Yes, you are.
I'm not the only one, all right? No, Daniel's listening right now. Daniel Hill's listening.
You might
to
be
this.
the only one.
Me and Daniel. All right. What's a leg day workout look like?
Obviously right now they're a little different since throwing's ramped up, but in the off season, I get after it.
Squatting, deadlifting, one leg. What?
You name it.
Give me some numbers.
What do we? Deadlift in the off season. I front squat, reverse lunge.
Okay. Front squat. What? What do we do? Weight and reps.
Front squat. I'm not a big 1 rep max guy.
No, you shouldn't be. No.
I think if you want a number, I think I got up to 315.
For reps?
Yeah.
Yeah, just for reps.
Just for reps. Sure.
Front squat.
For 3 or 4. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Hey, last thing for me, and we spent a lot of time asking guys about this last year, but most everyone we've talked to this year we already kind of know and have gotten to know. Your parents, when you get drafted, as you move up through the organization, what has been their counsel, their advice, their reaction? What is that relationship like?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, both my parents played college sports, which obviously helps a lot.
You said your mom played basketball.
My mom played basketball at Austin Peay, and my dad played baseball at Austin Peay.
Cool.
Yeah. So, I mean, they've been through it. They know what it takes. They know it's a grind. So just being able to lean on them, talk to them, get out whatever feelings and emotions I have and just run it through them has been great. And they've been real supportive. I mean, they come out here every once in a while, come out to where I'm playing at, and it's always great to see them.
When you say emotions and get through them, you also mentioned you didn't realize it started at noon for 6 hours ahead or whatever it is. Did you get busted on that? Like, did something happen, or he was just like, "Oh, whoa, I didn't need to be here"?
No,
you didn't show up at like 3 o'clock.
No, we got the schedule.
Okay,
I remember getting the schedule. I'm like, wow, that's early. I'm gonna have a lot of time to kill.
Yeah.
So I mean, I had to find a hobby that I could do at the field.
What'd you find?
I collect cards.
Cards?
Yeah, cards. I started collecting cards.
What kind of cards?
Baseball, football, basketball.
What's their most valuable card?
Probably my own. Yeah. Honestly.
You bought the stock in it.
Oh, yeah.
Just Topps or whoever, do they give you your own card,
No.
or do you have to buy it? You
Gotta
have to
go buy
find
them.
it?
Uh-huh.
They won't give you your own card?
Mm-mm.
Well, that's ridiculous. Well, I'm offended on your behalf. Come on, Major League Players Association. Let's get on this.
I'll leave it with this. You know what I'm feeling right now? You remember Steve Rabel with the Seahawks and at their parade, and he introduced everybody, and he introduced Jackson Smith and Jigba. I don't know if you're a football guy.
Oh, yeah.
Seahawks, yeah. And Steve Rabel said, "The smile of an angel, the heart of an assassin."
Wow.
And I'm looking at a young guy here. I see the face of a young guy, but don't you just kind of feel the
little bit of that.
competitive fire of an
Sure.
assassin?
Well, we're hoping to see you at some point soon up in Seattle. We can't wait. Thanks for sitting down with us.
For sure. I appreciate you guys.
Here's Ryan Sloan. I enjoyed that. I hope everybody else out there did as well. I found him to be very entertaining.
How old did we say he was? 20?
20.
There's no way he's 20.
I mean, somebody pointed out that he was 3 years old when the Brock and Salk Show started. Maybe 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who, just totally physically, maybe I'm going to say this and you're going to barf, hard barf. Get that out of your mouth. Never say that again. But just physically, there is some Roger Clemens to him.
It's funny. I thought about that. Mm-hmm. That was because Bob and Dave asked me if for a comp. I get what you're saying. I think
just the massive thigh power.
Yeah.
And then you see an
He's
upper
taller,
body.
I think.
Are you sure, Roger?
No.
Who's taller?
this kid seems taller.
Really?
I think of Roger as being wider. This kid is being.
That was at the end.
Maybe I'm just thinking at the end.
But you see his upper body too. It's not like he's narrow. He's going to grow into it. Like he's going to be an absolute monster on that mound.
It's so funny. That was the first name that came to my mind.
Was it really?
I didn't say it because I started thinking about Fat Roger and all that. But I had the exact same thought, Brock. The Roger Clemens comp definitely.
Why do we do
mind.
this? Why do we do this?
Oh, why do we even bother arguing on a show when we just agree and think the same way about everything? I don't know. But I'll just ask you some football questions. We'll call Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, 3 good football questions. Let's start here. How's the NFL taking a page from college football? Is that a good idea?
Well, in two instances, Salk. The NFL here, and it's going to begin in 1 week. My goodness gracious. Like, this is the week that everybody, right, they go to the combine, and then they all go back, and they start to work, and they start to talk to their buddies, and they start planning, they start putting their whole deal together. And the legal tampering period begins next Monday. And then by that point, we kind of know what deals are and where people are going. And it is going to be, here's where it's going to be like college football. One man's trash is another man's treasure. And you're going to see it repeatedly, and especially at the quarterback position. Kyler Murray, Tua, Geno. Morris sent the same note that I read, and I'm going to get to it here in just a second. Like, yep, one man's just trash is another man. Oh, we can turn this around. We can make this happen. And then secondly, and I think this is a little bit of the Sam Darnold effect, if that's the real negative end of it. The other side of it's like, hey, man, especially quarterback, we're going to turn that experience and we're going to turn it positive. Fernando Mendoza spent 3 years at Cal, and he was okay. He was a good player, but then he became elite and became great at Indiana. Sam Darnold spent 8 years in the wilderness, and then he went to Minnesota and Seattle, and he became great. And they're going to convince themselves that Kyler Murray and Zach Wilson and Kirk Cousins and can still be made whole somewhere else. That will be happening over the next couple weeks, I can assure you that.
All right, question number 2. All right, 18 hours of combine watching, Brock. Hopefully you fast-forwarded a fair amount so that you didn't just spend...
I did. Yes.
Good. What did you sort of learn about this class?
This is a really, really traitsy, fast class. Now, Brian, who's going to come on with us, Nemhauser, a.k.a. Hawk Blogger, is going to say, well, it's because the slower guys didn't run. That is why these numbers were so extraordinary, and they were. And the NFL posted this after the combine. The DBs, Salk, these are the average 40 times. These are the average 40 times in this group. DBs 4.4, 4.44. Wide receivers 4.44. Running backs 4.45. Linebackers 4.55. You know what those were? The fastest times on average at all of those position groups at the combine ever. They were fast. Fast, everywhere. I mean, every single receiver ran 4.4. If you didn't run 4.4, you're like, oh, poor guy.
But they didn't run, right? I mean, isn't that the whole thing? I mean, I think
what's that?
Hawk Blogger would be right. But all the slow people didn't run.
But the majority still ran.
But that's going to change the average.
It will change the average, but it's not like 20 receivers didn't run. Denzel Boston didn't run. He did his jump. He's going to probably run still right near that in the 4.4s, but he wanted to assure, a really good time. There were still a large chunk that ran. So, yes, it would maybe affect the average a little bit, but still. And again, look at the guys that just blew it absolutely out of the water. Did you see the tight end, Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon?
I did.
See what he did?
Yeah.
It's like not human. It was, honestly, DK Metcalf, Nick Emanwari-like. Sonny Styles did the same thing at linebacker. So there were still those guys at the tip of the spear that you just kind of shake your head. The training has become incredible. It's the same reason why Ryan Sloan's throwing 99 at 20 years old. Because the training, the equipping, the coaching, the teaching, these guys are hitting in their physical ceilings so much faster and so much younger. And to me, that was certainly on display over the weekend.
All right, question number 3. All right, first blush reaction, Brock, to the combine workouts, the pressers. Yep. I know you talked to people over the weekend. Give me some guys that look and sound like Seahawks, and I hope that the guy with the mustache is on that list.
Jacob, I did not put on this list. I've got like 5 or 6. We'll go through this over the course of the week. Maybe I'll give you one a day. Okay. How about we do that this week?
Sounds great.
I'll give you one combine hero a day, but today I'm going to start by giving you 2 because there were 2 sound sound bites I just really enjoyed. One of them you're going to really enjoy as well because of the story. But give me cut number 14. This is Brandon Cisse. He's a corner. You've seen him on some mocks to the Seahawks. Now, he did not run. He jumped out of this world. But tell me this does not sound like a Seahawk when he speaks.
Brandon, do you get a chance to watch a lot of the Seahawks defense? Like, I heard you mention Devin Witherspoon before. Did you watch Nicky Manwari at all? Like, what was that like?
So I actually played 7-on-7 with Nick in high school. I was at the NFC Championship when they played the Rams to go watch them. So it was actually one of the best environments I've seen in a long time. So, yeah, I've seen the Seahawks. I studied their defense.
Have you had a chance to meet with them at all?
Yes, I have.
How'd that go?
It went great. Awesome.
And did you talk to Nick at all getting into the combine?
Can I talk to Nick at all?
No, have you talked at all, like getting ready for the combine?
Oh, yes, I talked to him a few days ago. So, yeah, we keep in contact. About weekly, we keep in contact. He's a good friend of mine.
A guy that talks ball, a guy that loves ball, a guy that comes out to the NFC Championship game because I got experience ball. I got to go see that place. He's big, he's physical, so he's going to come up and hit you. And then the other guy, this is a different story. This is the receiver out of Texas A&M. Again, I've seen him mocked in the late first round because of what he can do. Rashid Shaheed, like, not as big, unbelievably fast. Listen to Casey Concepcion.
My meeting with the Bills, it went really well. I'm actually from, I was actually born in New York. The Rock, 585. I moved out of Charlotte, when I was about 5. That is the Bills is actually my dad's favorite team. So I've been watching him. I have been watching since I was young. I've been seeing Josh Allen. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I'll be grateful.
So you know what happens after that, Salk, right? You know what the social media world does? Totally puts this kid on blast. And what they don't understand, he's got a speech impediment.
No kidding. Yeah.
And he wasn't afraid. Wasn't afraid to get up there and talk.
Pretty cool.
And wasn't afraid to take the worst of the worst in the social realms that are going to come out and rip them because they don't know that, right? And even some of Titus's buddies were like, "Hey, did you hear it?" I'm like, "Yeah, you guys know he has a speech impediment?" And they were like, "A what?" "Yeah, he's got a speech impediment, man. He stutters." And do you know the kind of cojones it takes to step up to that podium and do that? I like that, man. That smells and feels like a gritty, tough, competitive.
Yeah, somebody who's had to overcome something. Yeah,
absolute overcomer.
That's really well said. All right, that is today's Blue 88. I like that, Brock. Thank you for those. I had heard actually both of those amazingly.
Oh,
and yeah.
Well, look at you.
Well, hey, what can I tell you?
Old and lazy, not so much, I guess, huh?
Well, I didn't watch any of the combine, I'll tell you that much, because I'm not interested. But and by the way, it doesn't sound like I missed much. It doesn't sound like anybody did anything.
Do you know that the left tackle for Miami is a 6'9", 360-pound human being?
Sure.
And I think at the combine back in the day, you ran 5'3". The Seahawks combine, handheld, if I remember right.
Sounds right.
He ran 5'3".
Okay.
It's 6'9",
well, we're pretty similar.
60 pounds.
I do have the numbers on Ryan Sloan and Roger Clemens. So Ryan Sloan is listed as 6'5", 220.
He's not 6'5". He wasn't as tall as me. So call him 6'4", 220.
220? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go 6'4", 230.
You want to hear a number that's just not true? Roger Clemens was listed at 6'4", 205.
Yep. Yeah, no. Nope. No. Maybe coming out of
255. 245. There's no way Roger Clemens is 205.
I bet you coming out of Texas, he was 6'4", 220.
Maybe middle school back in Katy, Texas, but I don't know about 205.
So there's some similarities there, Salky.
Yeah?
Some similarities.
I like it. All right. A couple pieces of news, Brock, should remind us of something very obvious. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The first week of Seattle sports at Mariner spring training.
Man, best week of our year.
Brendan said it yesterday. We're not afraid to say World Series.
Brock and Salk definitely caught the vibe.
Julio Rodriguez, who sits down with us right now.
Being able to be so close to something so special really made this team hungry.
Cal Raleigh.
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be.
Beginning Monday, March 9th, Wyman and Bob are in Peoria.
I cannot wait to get down there.
Every exclusive interview from Mariner spring training is on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
It's funny how you get used to things in not-so-ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would rather get my teeth drilled than go to a car dealership. However, I recently had a breakdown with my vehicle, and I knew that I had to get a new one. I knew where to go. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. I'd heard amazing things. I knew the GM, Mark, so I ended up going out there. Mark, you're with me right now, and I got to be honest, even knowing you, I was nervous. Just being at a car dealership brings pressure, but you guys really focus on customer experience.
Well, there are some dealerships where you go in and you feel like you're getting jumped on. We don't do that, okay? There's absolutely no pressure at our dealership, period. And we backed it up with a 5-day or 500-mile, 100%, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one. So if you want a low-pressure experience, check out our reviews. We have thousands of 5-star reviews. You can buy with confidence. Wayscar Ford's been family-owned and operated in downtown Auburn for over 103 years. You don't stay in business that long by not taking care of people.
See it for yourself at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. That's wayscarford.com.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you in a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
You want a running back? Because they're out there, man. Vikings are cutting Aaron Jones.
Nah, too old.
David Montgomery wants out of Detroit.
He's kind of tough.
Kinda?
Kind of
tough, dude. There's always going to be running backs. Aaron Jones for 1 year?
No thanks.
Whatever, man. It's 1 year. It's 1 year. Like, you need 1 year, right?
So you see what DeMarcus Lawrence did to Aaron Jones? He crumpled him up like an aluminum can.
Yeah, and where's DeMarcus Lawrence? I'm so glad you asked about him, Brock. Where is he right now? Is he on the team, or is he going to retire? Because if he retires, I mean, today.
He's on the team.
Today he is.
Did you listen to Mike McDonald? He's on the team.
Today. We'll see about tomorrow. There's always going to be running backs, man. That's kind of what this weekend reminded me of. There's just always going to be running backs. And that's not to say that running backs not important. It is, and there's a reason that you want good running backs on your team.
Yeah.
But they're running backs. And this, I'm really been relieved to hear all of the noise out of the Seahawks being all about we'd love to have K9 back at the right price, but we're not going to overspend. And if he ends up going somewhere else, great. I know Jeremy Fowler, said that David Montgomery might be a great fit for the Seahawks, a guy who, is going to get $6 million this year. He's 28 years old. That's not a tremendous amount. And it's a 1 year deal, which is probably what you're looking at right now, and waiting to see what happens with Charbonnet as well. I don't know. That would work just fine for me. And then deal with the edge, which is important, where you think you're going to lose both Boye Mafe and possibly DeMarcus Lawrence.
This comes down to a good old-fashioned supply and demand economics, and you're absolutely right. The supply of running backs every single year, it is the one position group as much as any other, Salk, and it's probably the group that I fast-forwarded the most through the combine, because it's the one group that is the most there he is. Yep, there's the next 5'9", 5'10", 200, 205, running 4.5. It's there's a ton of those guys. And that's not to
You got traded 5 minutes ago? You got to be kidding me. We finally do this segment, and David Montgomery got traded 5 minutes ago.
5
to
minutes
the
ago?
Texans.
Oh.
Literally during our last break.
Jeez.
He goes to the Texans. So forget about David Montgomery.
He's out.
He goes to the Texans for a 5th-round pick.
Yeah, you know why they had to trade him, Salk? Because they're about to pay, I believe, Jahmyr Gibbs the new ceiling market value for running backs.
Yeah, so it's actually 5th-year value. So they get a 4th-rounder, Juice Scruggs, and a 7th-rounder.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
Would you have done that? Well, you didn't have a 4th or 5th-rounder. You gave those up for Shaheed.
I'd have absolutely given up Juice Scruggs. And play for the team.
Salk, you don't just give away Markelo, and you don't just give away Juice Scruggs.
No?
Okay?
All right.
No. Oh, that is hilarious. He was literally just traded right before this segment.
Yeah. But you still get the point. I mean, that's what the value is, like a 5th-round pick.
Sure.
So are you telling me that Kenneth Walker is significantly more valuable than Montgomery? Not really.
No, the only real question, and they've already answered this question. They've already given you this tell, right? This was not breaking crazy news. Schefter had it. Others have reported it. They're not going to franchise Ken Walker.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you right there. Did you think he was that elite, that well-rounded, that much of a dude that we're going to guarantee him a 1 year, $14 million deal? They decided no on that. What does that tell you? What does that tell you as a Seahawks fan? What does that tell you as a radio host? What does that tell you as a sports fan? They love him, man. He was an amazing contributor. And at the right price and the right value, they would love to bring him back. This has a lot of Golden Tate vibes to me. This has a lot of Paul Richardson vibes to me. Some of these players that early on in their first Super Bowl run and victory that they had to kind of make the decision and go, yeah, we'll pay Richard, we'll pay Cam, we'll pay Bobby. We're not going to pay Paul. We're not going to pay Golden. We're not, right? I mean, that's just kind of the stage that you're at right now. One of the challenges is you've got a bunch of them, right? You've got, 4 in that draft class. Therein also is some of the challenge that you can't get them all back. Just not going to happen. And I think just kind of sniff test. This is no inside information and talking to anybody over there. This one is just kind of a pretty easy sniff test. The market's going to pay
which is
him a lot of
great.
money.
And I love it. I'm so happy to see them kind of going down that road. The question for me is, all right, then what are you going to do on the edge? Because it sure feels as if they're not particularly interested in spending a tremendous amount of money to bring back Boy Mafe. And we just don't know what's going to happen yet with DeMarcus Lawrence. And even if DeMarcus Lawrence returns, part of the thing that made this team so special this year was being able to bring 4 different guys off the edge, especially when 2 of them are older people. Right, in both Chenna and DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, you know what they're going to do?
Where are you going to get that?
Yeah, well, I think what they're going to do is they're going to look at a draft class that does. Unlike running back, this one's got a lot of different flavors of different shapes, different sizes, different backgrounds, different production. I'll give you one guy tomorrow. I'll make sure my one little combine guy tomorrow is an edge player.
So you think they go draft? They go young
I think they go
edge.
draft, and then you know what else I think they do? Because this is such a deep edge class, those edge free agents, there's not going to be enough musical chairs for them. And, you know, the savvy, wise one, an agent's going to go, you know where you need to go? You need to go where Kyle Van Noy and Jadeveon Clowney had their best years in Baltimore. You know where you need to go? You need to go where DeMarcus Lawrence and Boye and you need to go there because that scheme, that system, that stadium, that environment, the people around you, that D-line room. Yeah, I think that one sells itself pretty darn well. So what is it? Patience is a shortcut. I'm going to have a little patience here through this process.
All right.
And because I firmly believe that their sell is better than anybody else's sell.
Well, good. The only real point here, and it's funny to do this literally as Montgomery's getting traded to the Texans, and thank you to the 9 million people who texted in to let us know about that. Appreciate you. That was really helpful. You can stop now. We've gotten enough texts. We've clarified the record, but thank you.
Well, they're just trying to confirm old and lazy.
I get it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe it's just that Ian Rappaport's the only one with the news, so I'm waiting for more people to go out and say it before I truly believe it. But the point being, Brock, edge over running back. That's just an importance value, and we've spent all around the city a lot of time talking about Ken Walker, and that's fine. But please just try to remember that what happens on the edge of the defense is a lot more important than who's getting carries behind the quarterback. All right. Hawk Blogger in 20 minutes? So we'll get a little sense of what was going on at the Combine. He was there, boots on the ground. I'm sure he was aware of David Montgomery getting traded.
He's been good with us. The 3 or 4 times he's kind of talked about names.
I know.
Yeah, he's been pretty. I think it was about this time last year, in fact. On next Monday, Geno was, and then it was DK like a week later. And I think it was some of his vibe. He kind of mentioned that.
Well, he also had Gray Zabel at around this time. He said that Deion's kid wasn't going to get drafted in the first round. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons to listen to Hawk Blogger. He's coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope is within reach. Here's Brandon, a recent patient.
Going to sleep was challenging. Getting my brain to turn off was challenging. Just kind of getting through every day was a bit challenging. Like everything was a little too hard, a little too much resistance, and that just kind of evaporated. After the first few sessions of ketamine, it was noticeable. People remarked on it pretty quickly. I had done maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and people started going, what are you doing differently? You look awesome. You just look like your skin is healthier and you look happier. To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it. So go for it. That's what I say.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
It took us 93 years to build this reputation, but it'll take just 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Shut it down, Brock. No more hype machine. The Mariners lost 3 straight this weekend to the Diamondbacks, Padres, and Rangers in spring training action. I don't couldn't even sleep last night after all of this. But
have you watched Nailers at bat, Salk? He's hitting 059.
Is he really?
He's got paid. He shut it down.
He's obviously that's what's happened. No, it was cool to see the kids debut this weekend. Both Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan were out there. Kate Anderson struck out the side in the first.
The stretch and the 0-2 on the way to Sheets. Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Kate Anderson striking out the side here in the bottom of the first inning. Fanning Bogarts and Duhar, and now Gavin Sheets. The Padres leave a couple. Kate Anderson, heck of a start here in the Cactus League. And that's it for the Padres in the first. A gold star right out of the chute for young Kate Anderson. We go to the top half of the second.
There you go. A 3-strikeout performance in the first inning. Didn't fare as well when he went back out for the second, but that's okay. Of course, Brock, you could tell he was super amped up heading into this one, right?
I think you'd be surprised. I mean, it's just another game for me. I think when you have that mindset, it makes it a lot easier on yourself. You don't have as much nerves, you know.
How do you establish that mindset? How is it so simplistic for you to be able to apply that?
I think it just comes with, experience. Also, when you, see the other starters, they're just so calm. I think when you're calm out there, it just makes life a lot easier on you.
I love it. Was not excited, just kept it chill. Hey, how come? Well, it just comes with experience. Isn't this your first start?
Yeah, on the bigs, but did you watch College World Series?
Fair.
20,000 maniacs?
Yeah.
Do you see every one of my home starts at LSU with 20,000 maniacs? Dude's been in big moments. We talk about these college NFL or college football players, Salk, and NIL. He's got NIL. He was a big deal. He was a demigod down in LSU with what he did. So, first spring training start? Come on, bro.
Just nothing.
Adrenaline?
Didn't even mean anything to him. It's hilarious.
I've been there, I've done that.
Yeah, he's got...
Bring on the World Series. Give me the ball in Game 7. Let me shove.
He definitely has a little bit of tude. There's no doubt. There's a little bit of attitude there. The Cliff Lee comp is just tremendous. And maybe Max Fried as well. Let's see. It was also Ryan Sloan's debut. He had a clean inning of work, 1-2-3, which was great out of the pen. And let's see. I think I have some Ryan Sloan sound also. Oh, yeah, here you go. Here's his confidence.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I think the amount of work I put in just goes to the confidence. I think I know my stuff's good, and getting to face these guys just kind of continues to stack on to that confidence that I can go out there and compete with really anyone, and my stuff's good enough to do that.
Yeah, your stuff's good enough.
These two kids feel pretty good about themselves, huh? Kind of love it. They are not hurting for confidence.
But honestly, Salk, it's not out of thin air.
It's great.
As they said, they measure all these pitches. They know. And what did Ryan say to us? And you heard it this morning.
Yeah.
They just go out there and encourage us to use the club we got.
Right.
My driver hits at 350, Salk.
Yeah, and it's going to hit at 350 whether I'm in the minor leagues or the big
Do I care
leagues.
what course I play on? I really don't. Am I going
to hit at 350 today at Chambers?
Let the big dog eat.
Probably not. Luke Raley hit his first home run of the spring. So did Cole Young. I love that Cole Young's came off a lefty. Just really, really great news there.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
NFL Combine, fewer and fewer people out there. Here's Matt Miller of ESPN.
It is a trend. It's every year we see less participation. This is my 14th or 15th Combine. It used to be, very rarely did players not work out. And it was, you didn't work out if you knew you were going to be a top pick. Now, no one does the 3 cone anymore. No one does the bench press anymore. And so it is I think, concerning trend. In fact, one running back did the 3 cone drill this year. 21 running backs divided, one did the 3 cone drill. And that's an important drill. It shows a lot. It shows, body control and balance and agility and burst. One running back did it.
Combine going to go away, Brock?
No. And the 3 cone drill, I totally disagree with. Who cares about bench press and 3 cone drill and any of that? Let me see your 40. Seriously. Let me see your 40, your vert, your broad. That's all I need to see. And the majority of guys did that. I don't need to see your 3 cone. I don't need to see your shuttle. I don't need
all of the, bend.
Your tape.
I would think
your tape shows.
Stuff.
Your tape shows all of that.
Huh.
And you know what? So does your broad jump and your vertical and your 40.
I thought that stuff would be really important to you. All of that,
Actually, no.
God, this blows me away. Totally surprised by that. All right.
Yeah.
NFL salary cap numbers are out, Brock, and it's going to be over $300 million for the first time. $22 million increase over last year's cap, so the NFL's making money.
They're doing all right.
Yeah. probably going to help with the value of the team that is currently for sale right here in Seattle.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Cool weekend hockey-wise here in Seattle. First Friday night, it was the Torrent setting the all-time American attendance record for a women's hockey game, 17,335 people. They opened up the entire top of Climate Pledge, and then they sold that out too. That's incredible, huh?
It is, especially for a team that's, as you told me, like not at the
not doing great.
Top of,
They're not having a great season.
They're an expansion team, right?
Yeah.
And they have one of the game's biggest star, and Hillary is on the injured list a little bit. So even with all of that, I don't care. I just want to be a part of this. I want to see it. 17,000.
And they wanted to go, I think, just to, honor the Olympians. They have a few of them on their team, not just Hillary Knight, but Alex Carpenter and the rest of them. So that was Hannah Bilka. It was great. And then
Did they get a shout out? Did the Olympians get a little special shout out?
Yes, they got quite a bit of a shout out. Yes, I think it was multiple shouts out.
I like it.
They'll be in Ottawa on Wednesday. Kraken played Saturday night and finally played some good hockey. I think I even saw Lane Lambert smile after the game. It was bizarre. I know. I think it happened, though.
They beat the Canucks?
They did. Who were bad. Here was Chandler Stevenson.
Schwartz to the point. Larson with a shot. Fought off the rebound. They score! Chandler Stevenson.
Yeah, shout out. You know who deserves a shout out, Brock?
Who, Michael?
John Forsland and every visiting announcer who has to call a Canucks game. Did you know the Canucks have 3 players on their team not related named Pettersson?
What?
Marcus Pettersson, Elias Pettersson, and Elias Pettersson.
With a D or a T?
2 T's, I believe.
Okay.
But there's an Elias and an Elias.
And they're not related?
None of them are related.
Is that a Canadian name? What is that?
It's, I believe, Swedish.
Oh, Swedish.
They got a lot of Swedes on that team.
A lot of Swedes.
Yeah. They need a Peterson and a Patterson to really make it work. That is everything you need to know.
So we
we
didn't see the breaking news.
Including an Elias and an Elias. What are the odds of that?
Yeah, good luck. Way to go, Johnny. So I stand corrected on something else, Salk. Not only did we miss the David Montgomery news.
We did. He got traded to the Texans.
In 1999, when yours truly was a third-round draft pick, I thought that the salary cap in the NFL was around $100 million.
I'm going to guess it was closer to 50.
Yeah, so in 1999 it was 57.2 million.
Yeah, you were off. You were off by a lot.
Yeah, we're about 5.5x since then.
It's decent. That's pretty good return on investment if you happen to own an NFL team. Yeah, not bad. Not bad work if you can get it. Brian Nemhauser does not, but he was at the Combine, and he's been able to give us some pretty great insight from these little trips he takes. So he will do that next. Hawk Blogger on with Brock and Salk on CL Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2 on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Brendan Donovan, the latest acquisition for your Seattle Mariners. He's a guy who gets on base. He doesn't strike out much. He's your leadoff hitter.
You know, everything that he says, he's a grinder. He loves baseball, and I love that, man.
Yeah.
This is a good thing, man.
All about baseball.
Yeah.
That's his sole focus.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Well, it was pretty fascinating being in Peoria last week. I always love watching the training and seeing how guys are protecting themselves against injury. I know at the Combine, so much of what they do there in the professional football is to evaluate injuries and to see the injury history. But you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis. Yeah, it's going to affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland, where he and his team are ready for your phone call, 425-823-4000. He has seen so many of you that wake up on a Monday morning suffering from chronic joint pain that's really affecting your quality of life. Don't let it affect it. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. That means, well, he's got a very large tool bag, including all the regenerative medicine treatments of today, stem cell therapy, PRP. He's ready for you. He wants to heal your pain, but you got to call him, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. And if you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, but they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Go to GoldbergJones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. GoldbergJones.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Hold on tight. We've got prizes so big, they'll make your head spin. Win up to $10,000 in cash every Saturday night in March at Silver Reef. With 2 new winners drawn every hour from 6:30 to 11:30, you're sure to have luck on your side. Claim 1 free Spin to Win entry every day. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have at least 1 month worth of food in your pantry? If not, you should definitely go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. My Patriot Supply is America's #1 supplier of long-term storable food. They've helped over 3 million Americans get prepared. And for a limited time, when you order their best-selling 4-week food supply, you'll get an additional week of food absolutely free. There's no catch, but act fast because this offer ends soon. Claim your free emergency food kit now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Spring training is here, and Toyota of Kirkland is throwing you nothing but fastballs down the middle. Step up to the plate on a new ride for the upcoming season with their incredible inventory and offers on Toyota favorites like the Prius, Tacoma, Camry, and Corolla. Their all-star team will get you set up with a test drive so you can round the bases and head home with that car the same day. Don't strike out on savings. Swing by Toyota of Kirkland today, just off I-405 on the Totem Lake exit, or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I got to admit something to you, Brock. Are you okay with me giving a little? What do we always say?
Is this a confession? I said this at the men's conference Saturday. Confession, good for the soul, bad for the reputation.
Good for the soul, bad for the reputation. As we welcome in our friend, Hawk blogger, Brian Nemhauser, I will confess to you guys, I have been less focused on the draft this year than ever before. I've spent...
Well, it's early, Michael. I mean,
it
it's
is
March
early.
2nd. It's March 2nd.
But the season went so long, right? All the way through the Super Bowl and then the parade. And then you got the Mariners who have a World Series contending kind of a roster. We went right. I have spent less time even thinking about the draft than I normally would have at this point. Didn't pay any attention to the Senior Bowl like we did last year. Like, it's just been a different kind of a vibe. The Seahawks aren't going to pick until 32. They only have 4 picks. So I do need some help kind of getting up to speed, because I'm guessing I'm not alone of being people that just haven't focused on the draft yet.
And on top of that, and the biggest factor is you've got your own looming free agents in a way that we've never experienced like this.
Certainly not in a while, that's for sure. So, Brian Nemhauser, Hawk blogger, you were there, as you've been the last couple of years, in Indy. How was the Combine?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, boys. It was not warm like it was down there as I was seeing you guys in spring training.
It's pretty warm in spring training.
I got there and I immediately had to go find someplace to buy like a beanie and like warmer shoes. Like, I did not come prepared for the teens that we were dealing with. So a little jealous of your Arizona weather, but no, it was great. And for people that don't know, and I didn't know this honestly until I started going, the Combine's really not about the draft. Like, believe it or not, it's not about the draft. Most of the conversations that happen there are about free agency. And I think that the thing to really pay attention to this week, guys, we just deemed this in a show I was doing pre-agency after the Combine and before free agency. Last year, this is when DK Metcalf got traded. This is when Geno Smith got traded. This is when Ernest Jones was signed. This is when, in years before, Russell Wilson was traded, and all these different moves. So I think that when John Schneider left last week, he was on my flight home. I think he had all the information he needed to decide whether or not he's even going to have a first-round pick this week, or maybe Maxx Crosby becomes a Seahawk this week.
Okay. So, great. And you just had to do that, Brian. Really? In the first 2 minutes of the interview, you really had to go there?
Yeah. Because who wants to pick 30 seconds?
Let's bring it.
Well, I appreciate you saying it. I appreciate you bringing it. Let's be very clear. All this talk about running backs and whatever positions that just don't matter that much compared to defensive end edge. And if Boye Mafe is going somewhere else, and if we don't know whether or not DeMarcus Lawrence is going to return, and if you got one more year left on Derek Hall's deal and Chen is older, another year older, isn't that a position of tremendous need while still being a position of tremendous importance?
100%. And all this, it's not just the conversation with the agents and the markets and all that factors in. It's where is their strength in the free agency market and where is their strength in this draft? And how does that then make you decide as a general manager where you're going to put your chits, like where you're going to make your bets? And I'll tell you this, guys, this draft is just not that good. Like, it's just not that good. I think you hear this every year. Oh, there's really only like 11 to 15 first round picks really in this draft. I'm not sure there's really a single blue chip player other than maybe I'd put Caleb Downs, the safety, in that mix. But even Mendoza, to me, like, he would not have been one of the top 4 quarterbacks taken 2 years ago if you were in that class. So I think this is a very, very like mediocre draft. I don't think the Seahawks value their 32nd pick that highly. And I think that if you look at this and say, you don't still know for sure about DeMarcus Lawrence, Uchenna Nwosu is a $19 million cap hit. You can save $11.5 million by moving on. You've got Derek Hall going into the last year of his deal, and you got Boye Mafe likely leaving. That, to me, by far is the most important position for them to address. And for as good as the Seahawks were last year, I think we can all agree their edge rush was not dominant. It was good. It was a good edge, but it was not a dominant edge rush. You add Maxx Crosby to that group, there's no other move you could make that would have a bigger impact for this team over the next few years than making that one.
Well, this is going to overwhelm then a lot of the conversation, because as we teased you coming on, it was last year you had made mention of the Geno situation and the possible pivot. It was the Gray Zabel fascination coming out of the Combine. So is this just you putting on your thinking cap and walking through it? Is this because last year we know that John and Pete had a deal to trade Geno and DK for Max, and then the GM was like, over my dead body, Pete, get out of here. We're not doing that. What is this kind of born out of to stir it up?
This is not a report. I'm not basing this off a sourced conversation, so I'll be really clear there. But it is based off of a number of conversations with a number of people across the league, with the organization, outside the organization, and what they value and how they go about their business. And so I do believe it's very likely Maxx Crosby gets traded this week. Why? Because the Raiders need to know how they're going to approach their free agency. And that's a huge piece of their overall cap situation. If that trade gets made, why wouldn't the Seahawks be a team that's interested? We know that they've actually been interested twice. There was not only the one that you mentioned, Brock, but at trade deadline, the report was that the Seahawks had a move made for Boye Mafe to Kansas City that was contingent on them acquiring Maxx Crosby, and they couldn't come to the deal there either. So we know that they like him. We know that this is a position of high value. Why wouldn't they be involved? The only question is, what are they really willing to give up, and is it enough? If it's 2 firsts and Derek Hall, are you making that move?
No.
Like that's they're
I would
going to look
not.
for
For the
Micah
record,
Parsons
no.
kind of deal.
I would not do that. That'd be a flat no, because that to me is because it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm not interested in robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm interested in adding, and I would the 2 firsts. I think there's a conversation. Giving up one of your other young edge rushers, I don't understand what the value would be there. The whole idea is to put together an edge rushing group that can come at you from different angles. So I'd be out on that. As much as I like Maxx Crosby, that's a no thank you.
Here's the logic for that, and this is where it ties back to the draft. And didn't mean to take us completely off the draft. We could talk draft because it is all related, right, guys? So this is actually a good edge class. It's not like full of dominant players, but there are guys that give you a little bit of Derek Hall vibes. Like you can get a guy in the second round that you like at edge. So imagine making the move for Maxx Crosby. Now you have by far a better edge. Like there's no question Maxx Crosby is a better edge than Derek Hall, as much as I think we all like Derek and think he's part of the future. Then you have still DeMarcus Lawrence. You could keep Uchenna Nwosu if you choose to, or you maybe find a new deal. And then you draft a young edge. I'll give you a couple names that I like. I like Denis Dennis Sutton from Penn State, excuse me. This guy is 6'5", 256, runs a 4.6 at that size, one of the best athletes you're going to see. If you don't like him, Zion Young's an interesting name who actually looks a lot like Derek Hall in his play style. So imagine, Mike, you get in a situation where instead of Derek Hall, you have one of these Malachi Field.
Nope.
Like there's a couple other guys. Malachi Lawrence.
Nope. Still going to say no. And I'll tell you why. First of all, in your scenario, you traded your first round pick. And second, so these guys are second rounders or later. Okay, fair.
Zion Young's a first rounder most likely, but I think the first 2 guys I mentioned could be second round picks.
Let's say with your second round pick, you literally drafted Derek Hall.
Yes.
In 2 or 3 years, he'd be good. Like that's the fear I watched Derek Hall over the course of what has now been a few years. Love the kid, love the player. It took him a few years in order to figure it out. Now, some of that I'm sure was getting finally into the Mike McDonald system, and we can talk through whatever happened before Mike McDonald got here and why all those edge guys didn't really advance as much as they should have. But it still took some time. And he's not alone in that. Trey Hendrickson, sort of the same deal, right? A lot of these edge guys take a few years before they turn into what they're ultimately going to be.
Well, I think the Seahawks also like what they saw in Connor O'Toole and Jared Ivey, who were undrafted free agents last year, who were on the roster, by the way. They weren't even necessarily on the ready squad, and they didn't play much. So these guys, they wanted to protect these guys. I talked to both of those guys as they left for the locker, left for the offseason. Connor O'Toole knows he needs to put on some weight to be able to defend the run better. He already has, shown some flashes as a pass rusher. So I think that there are some additional guys along the path. I don't think you can count on those guys yet. But look, Mike, I'm a little surprised because you were
Brian, let's be really clear about something. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me be really clear about my partner of 17 years. If Jay Glazer or Adam Schefter and we break into our show, well, it'll probably be Bump and Stacy's show. That's when all the news breaks. If news breaks that Maxx Crosby has been traded for and it's 2 firsts and Derek Hall, my partner is going to end up being very excited.
I'll be excited about it, but I still think they gave up too much. And it's not that I don't. Hey, you got to draw a line, man.
It's because you don't see the rest of the plan, I think. So, and I'm not saying you.
And I'm sure there would be a rest of the plan because they're not going to go into it with just one pass rusher. But for me, it's not about just having one guy. It's about the depth at that position, and it is of all that and D-line, all the way across the defensive line, including the edge. I just think there is a
depth.
Yeah, you need both quantity and quality, and this would be, to me, nod against. But
what you are getting
here,
here's the thing that I don't think we know enough, and why John Schneider, to Brian's point, has been so after this guy, because he's exactly what Mike McDonald would take from even great to elite or elite to Hall of Fame. Yeah. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. The dude plays the run and the pass in a way that as good as DeMarcus Lawrence was this year, Salk, and he was, this guy's at a different level and gear and stage of his career. And he's going to give you that for at least a couple more years. Now, Brian, there's a lot of money tied to him, correct? He's got I remember talking to Brady about this and why a trade was also kind of hard because you are assuming a huge base salary each and every year.
Yes. It's a very tradable contract though. So in that sense, that's not going to be the thing that's going to keep it from happening. But yes, like he is under contract. This year he has a $30 million base. Next year, $29 million. 2028 it goes down to 26 and then 27. So this is a guy that, to me, you're saying we're going to win another one. We might win another 2. And for us, he's more valuable to us than he is to the Raiders because they're not going to contend in the next couple of years. Yep. And there's other teams that are not willing to give up what the Seahawks are willing to give up because they have more needs than the Seahawks have. To me, I don't, you guys know, I don't like to just bring up names because it's a fun thing to talk about. I know it's fun to talk about, but I think that there's every reason that this would make sense for the Seahawks.
And this would be the week. Just like this would be the week, right? Pre-agency, as you said.
Yep. This would be the week for it. So, I also think we're going to find out whether they sign these free agents like Rashid Shaheed or Ken Walker or Kobe Bryant this week. All this stuff's going to happen this week to determine then what they have to actually go after in free agency next week. And, we could talk about the draft, but I think the cornerback class is really strong. I think they can get some corners. I think if you I know Brock, you love the offensive lineman. There are some interesting, I think, names at the guard position that could end up falling to you. Yep. But I don't know that there's any.
But it's this week. This week and next week sets the table for all the rest of that.
What do you see happening of the free agent, the current free agents? Do you see them getting a deal done with any of them?
My best guess is it's an odd one. I think Rashid Shaheed might get done this week, and I don't think that's the most important signing that they could make, but I think it might be the most likely because, one, I think Rashid Shaheed has been very clear he wants to come back. That has not changed since the moment he was traded for here. And I think the Seahawks would like to have him back. And generally when that's the case, there's an opportunity to find a middle ground and get that deal done before free agency begins. Now, Ken Walker, I think everything I'm hearing and was hearing at the Combine, I think the number is going to be too high, at least for what the Seahawks are willing to spend. And there were some running backs that did well at the Combine that might have made Seattle feel better about some of the other running backs that they could get. David Montgomery was just traded from the Lions, so that's not an option. But I think the other name to watch is Kobe Bryant. I kind of had assumed he was gone because Ty Okada had stepped up. But again, the Seahawks wanted Kobe Bryant back. They negotiated with him before the season. He, I think, loves it here. That's another one that it's a very deep safety class. His agent might have found out he's not going to get the same deal he thought, and maybe they come back to each other. So those are the two that I think are most likely.
Biggest takeaway from your sit down with Mr. McDonald in Indy?
Man, the Seahawks are they set up well. They just are set up well, and it's not just because of the players on the roster. It's a guy that you guys have spent time with Mike. You know what Mike's his journey has been, and he is so comfortable now in those moments.
It's crazy. Our little butterfly. He was in his cocoon of pausing, his cocoon of pausation, And now he's been hardened. He's the Super Bowl gauntlet. He just conquered it, right? Staring to the sky instead of the cameras in the post-Super Bowl victory, sitting in front of the podium over and over and over and over again every day at the Super Bowl. So by the time he got to the combine, look at him. He was a butterfly just flapping his wings with everybody.
It was great. I'll tell you a couple newsy things I got from him, though. So I asked him, I've been waiting to ask him this question for a while, which is, can Nick Emmanwori play outside corner for you? And he said, absolutely. And, you know, he also said he could potentially play deep safety, but we were focused on outside corner. He also said, and I asked this question intentionally, if you found another player that had Nick's skills, and I couldn't even finish the sentence, and he said, yes. I was like, could you have two players like that in your defense? He says, yes. And the reason I asked that is because there is a player in this class that reminds me a little bit of Nick. He's not the same, but he reminds me a little bit of Nick, and that is Emmanuel McNeil Warren, a safety from Toledo. So if Nick can play outside corner, that might have some effect on Josh Jobe. It might have some effect on who they draft. So that was interesting to me that you know, as many places as Nick Emmanwori can play, that's one I don't think we've talked about.
You know what strikes me the most, and I said this a little bit.
Would you want him to play there?
I think that you want to get the best players, most talented players on the field, and if he is, Mike did say, to your point, Mike McDonald said, you don't want me training to run a slow marathon, right? So you don't want to put a player just there because they can play there. You want to put them in the best position,
right?
But if you get another player with that skill set, that might end up being the best personnel you can put on the field.
It strikes me, and I said this last week, and I just kind of listening to McDonald and reading and just kind of capturing everything I could from afar last week down in the desert, Brian. It just strikes me how much perception and reality is so skewed when it comes to John and Mike. Because typically, historically, defensive coordinators are what? Defensive coordinators are all the reactionary ones. Defensive coordinators are reacting to the Shanahan and McVay and all the offensive just evolution. And yet Mike McDonald might be one of the most evolutionary coaches there is in the NFL. That's just how his brain works. I don't want to stand pat. What are we going to do? How are we going to evolve? John Schneider, in much the same boat. You would think a GM of 3 decades would be like, old, stodgy, caught in his ways. He's the exact opposite. He's just and he doesn't present that way necessarily at all. But yet these two, do you get that sense when you're around them? And man, from an innovation, from an evolution, from a push the envelope, they're about tip of the spear in the NFL.
I 100% agree. Especially with Mike and that. Look, one of the other things I talked to him about is he had a bunch of the coaches had special projects they worked on last year. I know for a fact Mike McDonald spent a lot of time diving in specifically into Sean McVay's offense and Kyle Shanahan's offense. And I think you saw some of the fruits of that labor, at least in the 49ers games this season. And so I asked him, like, what do you have to trim out of your offseason when you lose, like, basically 2 months, 6 weeks, whatever you want to call it? He's like, I don't know yet. Like, he's not willing to say what he's not going to do. But, you got to recuperate a little bit. You got to refresh because these guys are coming back. The players are going to be coming back to the facility in a few weeks. Really.
Emmanwori was already posting last night, right? Didn't I see something that he was already back in the Seahawks gym?
So I think it's all going to come really fast. It's going to come really fast. And I think that, the good news there, Brock, is a lot of the innovation and a lot of the things that they need to set as a foundation, they did last year. And now this season, it's about building on top of what's already been set and probably more tweaks than large changes.
Pivots. Yeah. So what do you think? Push comes to shove. It's pre-agency week. I like the way you kind of frame that. We may steal it. I'll give you credit. I don't just steal without giving credit. So this is pre-agency week. Give me a percentage of something that Salk and I are going to be talking about. Like, whoa, something's going to happen this week that's going to dominate a bunch of our airtime. Do you think it's likely?
I think it's over 50%. I think it's over 50%. That'd be my best guess.
That's pretty high.
Yeah. And that does not mean that I think it's an over 50% chance that they're going to trade for Maxx Crosby, but that certainly would be the top thing on that list. Look, you don't have to trust me. Just look back at John Schneider's track record. This week has been a very, very active week in the last 4 years.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
You got Salky's wheels and gears.
Well,
and
yeah, because a game wrecker. I got a text here from Aaron in Denver. Salky always wanted a game wrecker. I still do. But I also love depth on the defensive line, and I think that was a big part of why they had such success. I'm bummed that for whatever reason, Boye Mafe does not seem to be on their radar. I think I understand why, but I'm still bummed about it. I really like him as a player. Don't love him as a player, but I really like him as a player, and I like the role that he played. And if that's walking out the door and we don't know what's going on yet with – and they have to at some point find out what's going on with DeMarcus Lawrence.
Did you get any smell of that at all, Brian?
Like, where are we at there?
No, I mean, I got that from DeMarcus during like post Super Bowl in the locker room, but you don't know where his feelings are. And then obviously there's some comments he made during the parade. You also don't know how certain you can be about those. I think the indication is that he wants to come back. I think part of this might be, guys, he might want a little bit more money. Like, he outplayed that contract. So this might be a little bit of a leverage game to say, yeah, I might retire, but if you give me a little bit more to recognize how good of a player
he's got a sixth mouth to feed, for crying out loud.
Exactly.
Man, that's a lot of mouths to feed.
It is a lot
there.
of mouths.
I know.
Yes.
He and Jake Peets, man. Can you imagine? Like the dinner tables there.
Kind of, but Sean and Philip.
Mouths.
Yeah, Sean Alexander and Philip Rivers, like, oh, really?
Dude, you don't know anything about this.
Yeah, hold my beer.
All right. Thank you, buddy. This was great stuff. Thank you for going to the combine and for doing all of this hard work while we were not working very hard in the desert.
Whoa.
I mean, we were hanging out. It was great, but it wasn't like it was hard work. Huh?
Did you golf?
A little bit.
Oh, you don't want to talk about it, though. You don't want to talk about it. All right, that tells me all I need to know.
I played at Phoenician. I played at Sun City. It was fine. It was fine. I played okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. I thought we were grinding 10-hour days.
I didn't feel like I was grinding. No,
you didn't.
I didn't feel like there was any grinding. Zero.
Yeah. It was a grind in Indy, but it's great to see you guys, and we'll talk again soon.
All right, Hawk Blogger, go find all of his stuff, the video and the writing and all of it. There it is. We did not care. Is the book? I didn't even mention the book. Shame on me. The book,
seriously,
which came out on Amazon. What'd you write that thing in like a day and a half?
It's a compilation of my stories from the season.
Oh,
so yes,
all right. I thought it was like AI. You were like, hey,
No,
write a book about the
people
Seahawks.
No. This is all my words, for better or for worse. You can get it at hawkblogger.com/book. So hopefully people are enjoying it.
Thanks, buddy. There you go. There goes Brian Nemhauser, Hawk Blogger himself. Brock, we still got another hour to go, and obviously now I've got a little something extra to talk about, plus a rant that I saw. We got there's a lot going on.
Plus, I read that maybe the dumbest thing I've ever heard from a quality reporter.
Really?
Maybe the dumbest thing I've ever read in my life.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
All that coming up in the next hour on Brock and Salk.
The first week of Seattle sports at Mariners spring training.
Man, best week of our year.
Brendan said it yesterday. We're not afraid to say World Series.
Brock and Salk definitely caught the vibe.
Julio Rodriguez, who sits down with us right now.
Being able to be so close to something so special really made this team hungry.
Cal Raleigh.
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be.
Beginning Monday, March 9th, Wyman and Bob are in Peoria.
I cannot wait to get down there.
Every exclusive interview from Mariners spring training is on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Worried about tariffs, imports, hidden fees on your trees? Relax. At Big Trees, the only thing growing faster than our trees is your relief, because trees don't come with tariffs. What you will find is a massive nursery open to the public with hundreds of locally grown trees ready for planting. Come visit our nursery today or online at bigtreesupply.com. That's bigtreesupply.com.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you. Guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Ooh, so that was all very, very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. That was very interesting. Wasn't it?
Dude never disappoints.
No.
I think that's fourth or fifth time, at least in the last calendar year.
It was pretty interesting. So just to circle back, we just talked to Brian Nemhauser, Hawk blogger. He was at the Combine. And his big takeaway is forget about the draft. It's not for a long time. And the Combine isn't about the draft. It's about all of the GMs and all the powers that be, the agents, everybody getting together and talking. It's sort of their version of the baseball winter meetings.
Yes.
And the combine is just sort of the reason to get together. Yep. And his feeling was something will get done. 50% plus chance that we get some sort of a deal done here in this week or so before free agency starts. This is when DK got traded, Geno got traded, Russ got traded. There is no obvious person on this roster that you would send out, but is there somebody that you would bring back? And the name he went to was Maxx Crosby. Yeah.
Which, again, like if you're just playing a Mike Salk sweet spot as he's become older, right, as he's nearing the half-century points, Salk wants impact. He wants impact in his baseball players. He wants impact in his
Brock,
football
I also
players.
just watched what I saw this past year where a group of guys created that impact as a group rather than just one dude.
That's how that group had to do it.
Yeah.
They had to do it that way. They had to, kind of, I think last year's pre-agency, and I like the way, I kind of like that. That last year's pre-agency was about pivots, to keep with the alliteration. It's about pivots. We got to pivot here, and we got to pivot here, right? And then ultimately we got to add a Cup and a Lawrence, and right. I mean, that's how that thing unfolded, right? How does this thing unfold? How are we going to do this? How are we going to evolve? We're right here now with this window of opportunity, Salk, and do you want to, maximize this and maximize this stage? And
yes, but Brock, what that tells me is there's no have to. Do I want Maxx Crosby on this team? Flat yes. Of course I do. So do 31 other teams. I mean, of course you want Maxx
Crosby.
don't.
No.
No, everyone wants him on their team, period. How you pay him, what you have to give up to get him, all of that. 32 teams would want Maxx Crosby.
I don't know about that.
Come on. It's a good player. Everybody would want him.
But again, okay, fine. I don't want to get into semantics. Sure, we would want him. But 31 other programs are not built and primed and ready for this.
That's literally what I was saying. Everyone would want this guy because of the talent and the ability and the production and the personality. He's a player that everyone in the game would want. But not everyone is in a place to go get him right now.
Yeah.
And they are. But they're also not in a place where you have to be held over a barrel. And that's why when Hawkblogger comes back with, hey, 2 firsts and Derek Hall, I'm like, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. I don't need to say yes to that. Sure, love to have him. Don't need him. Would love to have Maxx Crosby. Not in a position of being desperate. Not going to give up Derek Hall. That's part of the whole point of having him is to have both of those guys at once.
But once again, these are kind of your and our optics. I'm not diminishing your optics at all. It's just what we're all privy to. And then when they're like, okay, well, you think that's being held over the barrel, and maybe that is, right? Maybe that's like, oh, really? St. Louis Cardinals, you want who? You want what? As you kind of start those conversations, and then as you kind of get to it, it's like, okay, yeah, we still had to give up Senja and, give up Williamson and give up our comp. There was still, some great value going out, and there's going to have to be great value going out. But we do have Connor O'Toole and Jared Ivey. The 95% of Seahawks fans don't really know who they are. Who are those guys? Yeah, we really like them.
Okay,
we really like them. Just like we kind of really like
if you really
some
like
of our
them,
young
Brock,
linemen.
You don't really need to go make this move. I mean, if you really like them.
No. You make this move because Boye and Derek Hall move out. Those guys will grow and develop. And now you add the game's biggest game wrecker. Right? Now you add that guy to that youth and to that group.
So you'd make that deal?
I would make that deal.
Wow.
I would make that deal.
You would?
I would. Yeah, I would.
A year ago, all you had to give up was Geno and DK. Now you got to give up 2 firsts and Derek Hall? I wouldn't trade 2 firsts and Derek Hall for Geno and DK.
A 32nd and hopefully another 32nd pick. And yeah, I think I would do that.
I got no problems with the draft picks. I think that makes sense. And that's the position I would do that for. I would really blanch at including Derek Hall.
Yeah. I would love it to be Uchenna Nwosu.
But
I would love it to be Jared Ivey. I would love it to be Connor O'Toole.
I'd like it to be 2 first-round picks.
And we'll see. Maybe that's what it ends up being. We'll see. Because the Raiders do need to trade him, right? The Raiders, I think, are at a place in their program where, a year ago, their GM with Mr. Spytek was like, Pete, settle down, hormonal Pete, settle down.
Mm-hmm.
We're not making this move. I know you brokered it on the plane. I know you spent the time at the combine. I know you love Johnny. I know all of that. We're not doing that. We're not moving on from Maxx for an aged quarterback and a volatile receiver. No, by the way, they hate each other. So we're not doing that. We're not bringing that in. But I think, I think in this case, if they were to make that move, it tells you, what are you laughing at?
Just the way you just sort of drop in, oh, by the way, they hate each other right at the end. I say things like that, and you're like, Mike. And then you say things like that, and nobody even bats an eyelash.
Maybe hate's a little strong. Maybe they strongly don't.
Not that strong. I don't know if it's that strong.
They strongly don't get along.
For sure.
And we don't need to do this in year one of you trying to change culture and build this thing around. So, yeah, man, it would be big and it would be bold. It will be interesting. And Brian brings this up again. It's not like out of nowhere. Uchenna's got a big number, got a big cap number, right? And
doesn't that feel like one of those things that you can get down, though?
Well, they've already reworked it, right, a couple times. They've already kind of gone down that road.
I wonder if he is a candidate for the what's the defensive end that they got from Cincinnati a few years ago that they then kept around for a while and they would like cut him and then bring him back. What's that guy's name?
Oh, what was his name?
Carlos Dunlap?
Yeah, thank you. Carlos Dunlap. Thank you, Lyle. I knew you would know. Carlos Dunlap. Isn't that exactly what they did with Carlos Dunlap?
They did. Yeah, they did. They kind of reworked. And they've done that with Chen a couple times. And
well, they actually cut Dunlap and then brought him back.
Yeah, I think Chen kind of knows where he's at, age and stage a little bit as well. So we'll see. But I think what that exercise, honestly, what this conversation and that whole exercise with Nemhauser brings to life is how quickly you've got to move, how nimble you have to be. If you are stuck in your ways and this is the only way, then you're going to be like 25 other organizations out there, or 20, that don't give yourself a shot.
Yeah.
If you're able to really know thyself and you're really able to be nimble and you're really able to pivot and you really see, do you know why John Schneider left the combine? As he told Bob and Dave on Thursday, and the Schneider Show that
He'd already seen everything.
He's seen everything, but he needed to also sit in that room by himself.
Yeah.
Right? He needs some time to really put all of this and how all these gears can go and how all the machinery can move, right? After sitting with agents and sitting with GMs and seeing with everybody, like this is now where the sauce is made.
Can I come back one more time just to the idea of Derek Hall? Why does that work for the Raiders? Why do the Raiders want Derek Hall?
Because his pressure rates were off the charts. His success rate was off the charts.
They have him for 1 year. What do they want that
I don't
for?
I don't think they would make that move with that in mind. You get him for the next 5 years, right? In his late 20s.
But then they could just sign him in free agency next year. I mean, like, he's a 1 year guy right now.
Yes,
I don't know.
But also remember how that works on their end. You get him for that year. You fold that year into the next 3 years.
I know there's a way to do it, and you could try to, extend him and all that. Maybe he says yes. Maybe he says no. I don't want to be in the Raiders. This team stinks.
That's why I said maybe Jared Ivey or Connor O'Toole, who you have for the next 3 years.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't strike me as something that would be a good fit for the Raiders right now either. So I will monitor this closely.
Maybe
Brock.
2 first-rounders, Salk, and maybe one of your young offensive linemen, right? Maybe one of those guys that Kubiak got up close with, and instead of, signing 3 other guys and drafting these guys, like, hey, this guy was in my system.
There's maybe somebody he likes from that. Yeah, I think there are some other ways to make this work that probably fit a little bit better for the Seahawks and for the Raiders. All right, we will keep talking about this, I'm sure, over the course of the next week or so until something either does or doesn't get done. But I am not desperate. I will just say that, Brock. If I'm the Seahawks, I am not desperate. No, in the past, sometimes you've been desperate.
You were never desperate as a dater? Never desperate.
Pretty desperate, to be honest with you. It's like, sure. Yeah. You say yes? I'm in. Let's give you everything you need to know. Coming up on Brock and Salk.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
John, looking at this Mariner team, who's the biggest competition in the American League?
Good question. I'll say this. There's no team in the American League whose chances to reach the World Series I like better than those of the Seattle Mariners. When you look at even just today, the way the lineup looks, Donovan, then Cal, then J-Rod, then Naylor.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends at People Come First. You know them as PCF Construction Group. I know them as some good friends that I've gotten to know over the years here, and spring and summer are right around the corner. So if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, now is the time. Don't wait. With the patio cover, a heater, and a fireplace from PCF like they built for Molly and I some years ago, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, no matter what Mother Nature throws at you. And right now, this is pretty cool. You can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. You could save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover like we did. Some restrictions do apply, but do what Molly and I did some years ago. Get a hold of PCF for all the details. Start your planning, designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning permits can take some time, so don't wait. Get started today. Get amazing project ideas, browse their photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com, making your outdoor space with People Come First.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope is within reach. Here's Brandon, a recent patient.
Going to sleep was challenging. Getting my brain to turn off was challenging. Just kind of getting through every day was a bit challenging. Like everything was a little too hard, a little too much resistance, and that just kind of evaporated. After the first few sessions of ketamine, it was noticeable. People remarked on it pretty quickly. I had done maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and people started going, what are you doing differently? You look awesome. You just look like your skin is healthier and you look happier. To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it. So go for it. That's what I say.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent, Accurate Auto Body.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great. great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Robert Meyer from Swedish Hospital. Dr. Meyer, tell us about the amazing results prostate cancer patients are getting with Swedish CyberKnife.
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. The treatment is very effective at eradicating the cancer, has minimal side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
Find out more at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Not going to worry too much about the results of the Mariners spring training games this weekend because, they don't mean much. But what was cool was seeing some of the kids out there, Brock, and specifically the two young pitchers, Cade Anderson and Ryan Sloan. Anderson struck out the side in the first inning in his start, and then Ryan Sloan was nasty in a clean 1-2-3 inning of relief. Yeah, very different personalities. We played you the Ryan Sloan interview early this morning. He is brash. And then there's Cade Anderson, who's really different from that. He was asked about his fastball.
I think just having 4 pitches for strikes. I'm not the velo guy. Everyone might think I am. I'm more of a pitcher. So having 4 pitches I can throw in any count really helps.
Cliffley.
Can I ask you a personal question?
So Cliffley. Yeah.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
What is it in life, either currently at, how old are you, 47?
Yeah.
Or at any point in your life, your teens, your 20s, where you were so confident in something you could do?
I have to think about that, I guess.
Okay, think about it. Maybe we could talk about that at some more length later or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. But literally, you say brash. I don't think brash. I think just like
a little brash. It's a little brash.
Bro, I throw 99 miles an hour.
I know.
What am I going to be?
I mean, I will say, Brock, if you need
me
to
4 pitches.
If you need me to replay Adam's Family pinball game at any point, I'm happy to do it. Like, if you need me to step up to an Adam's Family pinball game and replay that sucker, I mean, I'll get that done. I'll get that done.
That's what they feel like when they pick up the ball and they get on top of the mound.
Yeah.
I got this.
Must be nice. Must be very nice. Unfortunately, a little bit of bad news. Bryce Miller, oblique strain, going to miss a week. They're saying not a big deal.
A little platelet-rich plasma.
They're saying it happens
Something
every
he's
year.
dealt with before.
Still don't like it. Not going to freak out, but I will admit, I don't like it. I don't like obliques. Not on pitchers.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Or on yourself, let's face it.
I've never had an oblique, thank God. It seems awful. Every time you sneeze, I would think you just want to ugh.
When you were in your peak male form at 20, did you have an oblique?
I was definitely not in my peak male form at 20. NFL Combine, Brock, in the rear view. Rather than continuing to go through it, I'm just going to focus on what we heard from Brian Nemhauser a few minutes ago as he was like, Combine, forget about the draft. Trade that pick. Trade next year's pick. Add in Derek Hall and bring back Maxx Crosby, to which I say, I'm not just going to forget about Derek Hall. I'm not. I think that's actually too much. Because I don't think you're going to have to. And if there's an opportunity to make a good deal for a great player, do it. But you don't have to do anything.
It's one of those situations I'm so deeply curious. And again, once he starts to mention that, your mind and my mind race in a million ways. And all of these little curious questions come about. Is it beneficial that they had a deal done with Geno and DK last year? Was it beneficial they nearly had a deal done at the trade deadline? Was it beneficial that John Schneider and a very young
It means
John
they know each other,
Spytek,
right?
They know each other.
They know each other and how they feel about this. And we've heard, at least in Major League Baseball, that it takes a long time sometimes for these deals to come together. We've heard that on whether it was Luis Castillo or
does it benefit the
Brendan
Rick
Donovan.
Dennison and Clint Kubiak, who spent the year in the building with the
so.
Seahawks and know these? I would think all of those things. And oh, by the way, unlike many other teams in the league that are not primed, whose windows are not open, who do not have the cap space, do not have the picks, do not have the capital to make this move, you do. You've got the powder to do that.
Yeah.
You've got the powder. You've got the cap space. You've got, like, they know you. You know them. There's a whole lot of factors here in this little pre-agency period that give you an opportunity if you want to pull the trigger and get that deal done out.
Yeah, color me intrigued. I'm very interested in the idea of fixing the edge, which I think it becomes an issue the moment Boye Mafe walks out the door, and we'll see what happens with DeMarcus Lawrence, but not interested in trading another one of the good guys.
Have you watched this guy much? The Seahawks have played him a few times.
Maxx Crosby?
The guy just plays,
He's hair on fire.
Oh my gosh. Run and pass. Like, he just decimates. You want to get to Matt Stafford? You couldn't get to him in two matchups.
I know.
You want
He's
a
a really
you
great
want a
player.
little do you want a little kryptonite for Matt Stafford's maybe final year when you're going to have to do you want to get after him?
Yeah, but I also want DeMarcus Lawrence and I want Derek Hall. I want all those guys because I think that's, the waves, Brock, is another pretty important part of winning on defense in the NFL.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
It really is cool to get 17,335 people to show up at Climate Pledge Arena Friday night to support women's hockey and the Olympians who are on the Seattle Torrent. It is the second time, I believe, they have set a record at Climate Pledge for attendance for a women's hockey game in the United States. It's been beaten just barely by slightly bigger arenas in Canada, but they once again have the attendance record here in Seattle. It's incredible. And unfortunately, it wasn't a great game. They didn't play all that well, but just cool that, to give people a taste of what that league is all about. In just a couple of short months, the Torrent have found little ways to make news.
It is pretty amazing. We talk about this becoming one of those kind of sports towns. It doesn't have the heritage and the history of generation after generation after generation and 150 years like some places have. It's only 50 years for the Seahawks and the Mariners, and the Sonics have now left town. But my goodness gracious, between the attendance for the Sounders, the commitment there, between the attendance for the hockey, between the Seahawks and pretty good sports town.
It is. It's a different kind of sports town.
Pretty diverse sports town.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. Really great to see all of that. I've been to those Torrent games. They're fun. Couldn't go Friday, of course, as I was not back
And then you
yet,
played the highlight of the Kraken goal, and listen to that place.
That place is going pretty nuts. I played you one earlier. Here's Jordan Eberle with his first of what we thought was 3. Turned out to just be 2 on the night.
Elias Pettersson blocked by Eberle. He has open ice. Here comes the captain right in. He scores! Hey, what do you say? Jordan Eberle.
Another great call, of course, from John Forsland. Just awesome. That was a sweet goal. Backhand breakaway. Very, very nice. They end up getting the win 5-1 and even got Lane Lambert to smile afterwards, Brock. Who knew? They host the very good
Apparently, you
Carolina
just need
Hurricanes.
to shoot the puck a lot. So,
well, more than they did in that other game. That's for sure. He was nonplussed with that. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour. Here on the Brock and Salk Show. Good things happen when you shoot the puck. Cecily did it at the end of the game, Brock. Oh, it was so tough. So tough. End of the game, 30 seconds left, tied 2-2 against the second best team in the league. She shot it, bounced back to another girl in the slot, and she just at the post, wide open net. Oh, it was so tough. They would have had an unbelievable victory instead. A little OT
playoff loss, go home.
Yep.
Win or go home.
Win or go home. They ended up going home in an overtime loss. Very hard to deal with.
What did I see? Something fun on this show sheet here at 9:30, right? You still want to roll with this?
You want to see this? You want me to talk to you about this?
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Okay.
I don't mind going through this. This was sent to me yesterday, and I don't mind going through it. Lyle, did you see this?
I don't think so.
This comp?
Oh, yeah. We got a comp, and then I do got to read the dumbest thing. I think I read all of them.
The comp
Maybe
was, I
ever.
assume, what you wanted me to get to, right?
It's along these lines. Yes.
Okay, so I've got a comp. I've got a very silly story about 2 best friends and Brock's story of the stupidest thing he's seen. So hopefully you guys have another half hour on you. It's coming up next on Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Porungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and live awards show. Created for the sports community by the sports community, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. Don't miss your chance to be among the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED, Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
A new baseball season is here, and Toyota Renton has game-changing deals on your new truck. Lease the 2026 Tacoma for $309 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. Go big with the 2026 Tundra, where qualified customers can finance for 2.99% APR for 72 months with a $1,000 cash incentive. Visit them today in person or online at toyotarenton.com. Offers valid through March 2nd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Model 7540-8361.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Man, we've gone all over the map today, don't you think?
I think so, yeah. And I think it feels that way even more so because we're not embedded with the Mariners as we were all last week.
Yeah.
We're everything around us and all of our senses, from the sun coming up over the cell phone towers to everywhere you looked at young guys, old guys, new guys. Like it just, we were so engrossed in that we did 4 hours a day. We could have done 7 hours a day.
Yeah.
You know, so I think
come back today and everything kind of, moves all over the place. So here over the last 25 minutes or so, Brock, I know you've got a story about the dumbest thing you've seen. You're not using this for trash takes. It's just that dumb.
No. It's just a dumb take.
Okay.
It's not even a take.
All right, so we're going to get to that.
Yeah.
Do that in a moment. I've got this comp that I'd like to give you. Before Morris sent this over and it just cracked me up. So this is a very quick thing, but this just kind of made me laugh. Logan Gilbert pitched well, yesterday? Went 2 2/3, struck out 3, didn't walk anybody, just, working himself into shape. That one blow-up spring training outing will be coming for Logan. It happens for him every year, and then he seems to be fine after that. But apparently, remember he told us that he has some new pitches and Cal doesn't like calling them? So when the cat's away, the mouse will play. When the dumper takes off, Logan will call and throw whatever the hell he wants. It says here from Shannon, with Raleigh gone, it appeared Sunday that Gilbert may have taken advantage. Baseball, this is hilarious. Baseball Savant registered a number of higher than usual velocity sliders that turned out to be a cutter he has worked on the past 2 off seasons. He told us about that. For good measure, he also threw two two-seamers, a pitch Raleigh refuses to call. I don't know why, but first of all, everything with Cal and Logan is funny. The two of them just have such a funny relationship together. But the idea of, Cal's gone, I'm going to throw my two-seamer.
Gone for less than 24 hours, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
Some kids throw parties when their parents are away. Logan Gilbert's like, Cal's gone. You know what I'm going to do?
You think he texted Cal
I'm going to
yesterday
get real crazy and throw a two-seamer.
I think one of the funniest things I heard when we were down there was Cal talking about Logan's wife being a saint, and he's like, she puts up with all this crazy pitching nonsense.
Right.
Like he just has some kind of random hobby.
Yeah. He's so derisive about it. And then when Logan found out that Cal had gotten mad at me about catching 120 games, he was like, I'll be bothering him about that moving forward. Like the two of them really, they like to get after each other.
What was remarkable, just thinking back to last week too, was, and you bring up Logan, that dude was there, I think, the longest of any player.
Mm-hmm.
Just from the tinkering, the working, the timing, the efficiency, all the stuff on the mound, the stuff behind the scene. Like that guy is just about his craft, right? In the
he just seems to enjoy
deepest,
all of
most
that
convicted
stuff
way
so much, right?
Yes, exactly. Kind of like some guys, I'm sure, with the golf swings are like, I want to tinker with this. Let me change this. Let me tweak this. What new drill can I come up with this? How can I continue to evolve? Others are like, no, I'm pretty good. Kind of like my stuff. going to just refine my stuff. And ultimately, that's where it's going to end up. Like, and I think why Cal says to Logan, he calls the way the game he does for Logan, like, hey, man, nope, major in your majors. Like, this is all fun.
Yeah.
Go ahead and tinker all you want.
Yep.
But who knows? Maybe that little cutter, maybe that stuff that when
and Logan did have a point behind it, right? Especially the cutter. He was like, look, I just need something else to throw when I'm behind in the count. So, I mean, like, he did have some purpose in tinkering with this, but hilarious. As soon as Cal leaves, he starts calling his own number and throwing these pitches. You want to tell me your story, Brock? I want to hear it. I want to hear your story before we get to this comp.
Well, it's not even a story. It's just kind of reading, and it's a little bit tied into my Blue 88. Like this pre-agency period, Salk, there is going to be a massive amount of traction in the quarterback market, like there has been really since John traded Russell years ago. I think that kind of started a lot of this. Like, you can't trade a franchise quarter. You can't move on. Like, yes, you can. Yes, you can. And then you see, the Lazarus projects like Sam Darnold come up and now win even a Super Bowl. So to get over that hurdle, like, well, they can get you there, but you're never going to win a Super Bowl. No, you can win a Super Bowl with the reclamation project. So there are a ton of them that are going to be on this market. This comes from an ESPN story last night as they were just kind of looking at this week and where the wheels are going to turn. This has to do with Minnesota. The Vikings are not ready to give up on J.J. McCarthy, their 2024 first-round pick, who missed his rookie season with a knee injury and then struggled mightily through another injury-riddled second season in 25. But they also aren't ready to hand McCarthy the keys for 2026. The odd quarterback landscape of this odd offseason, and it is odd, makes it difficult to predict where the Vikings land. But if and when someone such as Geno Smith or Kyler Murray get cut, I could see Minnesota pursuing that kind of passer on a one-year deal.
That would be so fun.
What are we talking about? And is this one of those situations that we have such proximity to it, both watching Kyler's every start against the Seahawks and living and breathing with Geno for years? That's the direction you're going to go for J.J. McCarthy?
I mean, that doesn't seem like either of the... Like, if you haven't given up on J.J. McCarthy, then why would you bring in two guys that aren't going to, like, be the right influences around J.J. McCarthy?
Correct.
That's what
you want to bring in?
I don't necessarily have a problem with teams taking a chance on Geno or Kyler. Like, hey, we've seen... You're right. The Lazarus Project is a great way of viewing it and terming it, Brock. But I don't know if I want to do that while I've got a top 5 pick around.
You want to bring those two
it doesn't make sense.
approaches in to J.J. McCarthy?
No thanks. That's an out. I'm out on that.
You think that would be...
That's a no-go.
You think that would be a good way to grow and cultivate and develop it seems like some relationships with teammates are a little murky there. And when you're injured as much as you are, and basically your first 2 years, you're not durable, you're not available. Like, those are the two guys. Now, Geno's an unbelievably tough dude, and he got hit and just absolutely destroyed behind the worst offensive line in the league last year, bar none. But those are the two kind of guys that you want him to sit at the foot of and learn. I don't think so, man.
That doesn't make a ton of sense.
That was pretty outrageous.
And for those reasons, I'm out.
Yes.
All right. So you want this comp? This was sent to me by my buddy Nick, and it's from a.
Is this kind of how this thing works now, Salk?
Huh?
You get all your show ideas from your friends?
From my friends? Apparently. Yeah. I mean, he sent this to me yesterday, and it was a Reddit thing. I was like, yeah, I'll put that in the show sheet tomorrow. That's actually pretty cool. This is it's a rant that someone did here on Reddit, and it's specifically about Julio Rodriguez. And it says, I'm so sick of the Julio slander. Quote, he sucks in the first half. He's overrated. He's not clutch. All things I've seen said in Mariners discourse. This is the comparison for Julio and Barry Bonds' first 4 seasons, both ages 21 to 24. When you're on pace to be as good as Barry Bonds, you should not be getting criticized. Julio is still younger than 3 of the top 100 prospects in baseball. Dude's still basically a kid, and he's already the best center fielder in baseball right now. If he was a free agent right this second, the Yankees or Dodgers would throw $500 million at him easily. How about you just appreciate that we have an amazing young talent on our team and enjoy it? He's our best center fielder since Griffey, and still people don't appreciate him. And so let me give you some of the comp with Bonds through their first 4 seasons. Julio, in terms of WAR, Bonds gets them, but not by much. 23.6 compared to 22.9. So nearly even in B WAR. That's baseball reference WAR. Julio's played in more games by a few, has a few more plate appearances and hits. Actually, like 120 more hits than Barry Bonds does. The home run edge, who do you think that goes to?
That goes to Julio because Barry did not hit home runs at the prolific rate.
112 to 84. RBI, Julio 341, Bonds 223. Who do you think has more steals?
That might go to Bonds.
It does by 117 to 116. You kind of forget the type of player Barry was when he was in Pittsburgh. Batting average?
Probably Bonds, that era.
Julio. 274 to 256. Wow. How about that? On-base percentage does go to Bonds, 345 to 331, not by much. Slugging goes to Julio, and OPS goes to Bonds by 4 points in a completely different era. OPS plus, though, playing in this ballpark, goes to Julio. That is pretty crazy. Julio, so I saw the WAR thing first and was like, yeah, all right, the WAR is going to be high for Julio, but a lot of that is going to be defense, and he's playing center field. No. I think you look at those numbers, and Julio's first 4 years compares not just favorably, better, I think, than Barry Bonds.
Okay, then play me cut 16. Then if that is the case, and those folks are so furious, and I get some of that backlash because I've had some strong opinions about the peaks and the valleys of Julio and would like to see some of those evened out. Here's your hitting coach when asked in Salk in our final interview down there in the spring with Kevin Seitzer, asked him, hey, give me a couple guys to watch this upcoming season that your eye just sees.
Well, he
something
went with
ahead
the
of all
young
of
guys
us.
there, but then we asked him about Julio.
And they all went through ups and downs during the season, and Julio getting off to his prototypical slow start that I think is going to end this year. I think he's going to be more consistent. I just felt like there was a turning point after the All-Star break, kind of going into the All-Star break, that things changed for him. And I feel like there was a lot that we learned and he learned. And so my hope is that's going to be the big wow.
If my memory serves me right, part of the reason it was a constant conversation, some of the fun we had with Jeff Passan, who had the big piece ready to go and never really put and published it, was because that swing rate was off the charts. And then the strikeout rate was higher.
Too much swinging.
Yeah, too much swinging and missing. And then that seemed to calibrate a whole lot better in the second half of the season.
So I talked to Seitzer afterwards. I ran into him after we had that conversation. I don't think this would be
up
off
in
the
Sun
record.
City?
Huh? No, just before I left the facility. No,
okay.
He was not playing with the old people in Sun City. That's where I ran into a guy that had played with you 2 years ago. Amazing. What? That's still one of the most. It's too bad you hadn't come with me, because being paired with the same random person 2 years apart in two different states would be a pretty remarkable
and crazy
story.
enough that this fella, did you tell me the son, the future, was it his son-in-law, son-in-law that he was golfing with?
Yes. So if I understand right, Brock was golfing with Dylan, now Haley's husband.
Yep.
This guy was golfing with his daughter's now husband. I don't know the name. Wow. That guy, the husband, the guy you were playing with, his kid, this kid asked him for permission to marry his daughter that day, and then got engaged. And Dylan did the same thing.
And so did Dylan.
And he said, I could kind of tell that the kid was
Love
getting
was
ready to do the same thing to Brock.
So love was in the air that day.
Hilarious.
Yes, that's where the Cupid in me comes out.
Lots of weird coincidences. So I asked Seitzer, hey, can you give me a little more on why you think, what it is about Julio and why you think this year is the year? And I don't think this is proprietary. If it is, I really apologize to him, because I didn't think this was something that he would mind me saying. He said last year they sort of worked on something where Julio would aim for a spot. Like he would pick a spot out on the field. Maybe it was in center. Maybe it was at the pitcher. Maybe it was to the right of second. Whatever it was, he would take a spot on the field and aim at it when he swung. And that seemed to kind of make things click for Julio. Have you ever heard that? I'd never really heard that as a
Is that kind of like Mark Jackson used to do with his free throw form, where he put his fingers up there?
Maybe.
And aim.
I don't know.
Those kickers kind of align themselves as well and kind of make sure, or you on the first hole at Chambers today, you've got your...
Yeah, take a little spot that I want to aim at and then know that it's going to go nowhere near there.
Yes.
It does sound like that was really helpful for Julio in terms of locking into his swing and making it go the direction that he wanted it to go. It doesn't mean the ball's going to end up where you aim it. I mean, you'll take a hit really anywhere on the field. Lyle, have you ever heard that? Aiming it like trying to hit the ball to one point on the field, kind of aiming at it and then reacting from there. I've never really heard that before.
Yeah, not really. I mean, I'm not some hitting guru, but yeah, I've never heard of it.
I didn't think you were. I was not confusing you with a hitting guru.
What was the strength of your game at Lake Washington, Lyle?
Oh, I could walk.
Yeah?
Like
you had a good eye.
In the outfield?
No, I would draw walks.
No, like you
and
had
I
a
was
good
pretty
eye.
good at picking the ball out of the dirt at first base.
Were you? I could see that.
You like a good short hop?
See that.
Honestly, I loved them.
Yeah.
I almost wanted guys to throw it in the dirt because I like picking it.
Yeah, that is kind of awesome. A good
How
short
good
hop.
was your Lyle? I kind of felt like, and maybe it was because we had a separate dinner, the way all that worked out. I'm sorry it didn't happen this year with you and TJ coming over, that there wasn't as much connection made. Maybe it was because of the sting of your eyes. That one day, man, your eyes looked, I felt horrible for you. Your eyes, I don't know if that was sunscreen or the sun or your retinas were infected. I don't know. I just didn't feel like we made the same connection and got to talk about your guys' experience. Was it a home run experience for you guys down there last week?
Yeah, it was great. That's one of our favorite weeks of the year, just like you guys, because you get to be around the team every day and guys are laid back and people are in a good mood. Yeah, it's fun. It was a good week.
Was there anything that you learned through the 6-7 days you guys were down there and you were around the team and you were close to them and kind of like we were each and every day? Was there anything new that you learned about them that you didn't go to YouTube for?
I didn't go to YouTube for. I sent it to Salk at 6 a.m., but we talked to Rob Refsnyder, and on the day where the Mariners were facing Joey Cantillo this week from the Guardians, who they're going to see likely in the first weekend of the year, who's a lefty, so naturally if he pitches, I'm sure Refsnyder is going to be in the lineup. And he was telling us, I got to get over to the game. I'm not playing today, but I need to go sit up on the dugout rail and watch Cantillo pitch. And I'm thinking to myself, I mean, you're going to see him in 4 weeks for what, maybe 2-3 at bats, but he wants to watch his tendencies and watch him up close because 4 weeks from now he wants to be ready for the guy. Where you figure, I mean, I'd never really heard that before. I figured mostly when guys are setting up to face a starting pitcher, they'll do their hitters meetings and they'll watch some video and they'll do their scouting report. But I don't know. The biggest thing I picked up is that story is just a microcosm of the two new guys being absolute workhorses, Donovan and Refsnyder. Those guys were in the cages for hours.
Hours. I mean, just kind of, again, you can't help.
Well, now that they got those comfortable chairs, I mean, why wouldn't they hang out there for hours?
You can't help but make that comp, again, to the veterans that were brought in across the street who eat ball, live ball, talk ball, study ball. That's kind of like Cooper Kupp-esque right there, right? I'm gonna chase edges and seek every bit of intel and detail that I can, and they know exactly who they are. Brendan Donovan knows exactly the kind of player he is, what he is and what he isn't.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry to cut you off. I was reading through all these texts where people are like, well, Edgar said to aim at right center, and I have coaches. I tell them to aim at right center. That's not really what he was saying, though. This was more like a specific point.
Even more specific.
Even more specific. Choose a point on the field, and it wouldn't always be right up the middle or always at right center. Just choose a point. And when you swing, try to put the ball to that point. And it seemed like it would really, really helped. Yeah.
What do they say? Aim small, miss small. Isn't that an old golf, right? If that is a very detailed aiming point, and okay, maybe I don't hit exactly that spot, but if I'm aiming that particular, that just kind of locks guys in a little bit.
Let's see. 509 says, did Mora get drunk at dinner again this year?
No. Goodness gracious, absolutely not. And I would not say she was drunk the year before. She was not drunk at all.
Just a little bit of volume control loss.
So what? She got a little loud. That's great. She was very curious about the fruit tree out back. Who cares? I take great umbrage with that. All right. She was not drunk. I was the one serving, just like the bearded bear at Haley and Dylan's wedding. They were in charge of making sure nobody got overserved. Damon's future son-in-law was very close, but that was more about the wine at the table than it was the drinks that the Bearded Bear was serving. So no,
Maura was just
I will speak for you, Maura, and that is absolutely false.
Thanks.
Correct? Fair?
I don't know. I don't want Salk bringing it up anymore because he was out to get me at the John Howie dinner.
Out to get you?
Thankfully,
I
he
was
wasn't
watching
Say
him.
that. I was Maura. How dare you? I would
he
never
was
be out to
watching
get
you like a hawk, and you were watching him like a hawk.
I know. Maura and I
It
were making evil eyes at each other across the table.
It was quite a sight to see.
All right, Lyle, here's a final question for you today. I got a text from my wife just a few minutes ago. Brock, this is shocking.
Uh-oh.
And I'm curious if Lyle will understand. She says, apparently...
like Lane?
Exactly. Not quite the same vibe here, though. Apparently, I'm related, meaning her, not me, related to Martin Van Buren through my mom's mom, which leads me to ask Lyle, who was Martin Van Buren? No idea?
What?
Come on.
Let me just cut you off. No.
You don't
But
have...
you listed a bunch of these guys.
What was his job?
I just said I don't know who he is.
Yes, you do. Maura's trying. Yes, you do, Lyle. We're not doing this. We're come off spring training. We got all this vibe. We got good vibes. You know who Martin Van Buren is.
Take a guess.
You do.
He held this job from 1837 to 1841.
You know who he is.
I mean, there's a Van Buren Street in Phoenix.
Yes, and it was named after.
Don't
There's
play
also
dumb on us, Lyle.
There's
Don't
also
play
a
dumb on us.
Fillmore and some other streets of
Come on,
similar
Lyle.
ilk. Lyle?
Come on, Lyle.
He was the...
Well, Fillmore was a president.
Okay.
There we go.
So was Martin Van Buren.
Now I'm questioning the list of presidents that you gave us.
8th president of the United States.
We thought you knew a lot of them.
Martin
Maybe he just,
Van
that was
Buren.
rote memory and it never sunk in.
He's
Maura.
got a big dome and some crazy hair. So I don't know how I feel about this whole thing about Heather being related, but MVB. Yeah, what's up, MVB? Yeah,
Dude.
how about that?
So your girl's got MVP blood and Jonas Salk blood.
Yeah.
How about that?
I mean,
why,
you can see how they're destined for greatness.
That's why they're going to be stars.
Yeah. Of course, he was only a one-term president. I think he was the first one-term president.
Yeah,
Came after Andrew Jackson, succeeded by William Henry Harrison.
Wow.
And, he fought the Whigs, did his best. How about that? Anyway, that's about all I got for you guys today.
right.
That's that's all the news fit to print.
That's a little more standard Monday fare for us, right?
Was it?
Just kind of all over the place. This is going to be a week that something's going to hit. Something's going to hit this week. And I'm not talking about the Mariners down there, and I'm not talking about the start of the WBC or any of that. Something is in this pre-agency period is going to hit. The NFL has been topsy-turvy. It just wrecked you some years ago, Salk. Everything you thought you knew, you no longer knew. And then it's kind of been spinning on its own course since. Quarterback market's going to be crazy. Free agency is going to be wild. Seahawks are going to, that we love, that helped win the Super Bowl, are not going to be Seahawks anymore, but there's maybe a big whale looming. It's going to be a fun week, man.
Can't wait. We're going to learn a little bit more about what's going on in Vegas tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to Jason Horowitz. There's
we're
Steve
gonna have
Rabel.
to do that.
Good radio guy, too.
I need to know what's going on there.
He's
Kind of
gonna
what they
join us
want, what
tomorrow.
they need, what they're going to do. I think I need some information. See if we can.
I got the guy for that.
All right,
I
good.
got that guy
Well, I
for
trust you implicitly, Brock. All right, everyone, have a great rest of your Monday. Bump and Stacy are coming up next. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And until then, the hay.
Unlike Cal and Logan, like, we're great battery mates. You put the fingers down, I'll throw that pitch day after day in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included. The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Get ready for a night of hard-hitting MMA excitement with WFC 190, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino. World Fighting Championships MMA February 6th, only at the Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowe's.com/same-day delivery.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM